Got the call. Track is ready. Saddle up. Saddle up. King of the Hill, you're coming out directly. Get in, buckle in, helmets on, and strap in tight. It's going to be very quick out there. Anybody that does marginal wheelies is going to do bigger wheelies. Anybody that does big wheelies probably wants to tighten up the shocks on this first pass. So let's go. Let's start having fun. Final call, King of the Hill. Final call, Junior Street. Again, Street Eliminator, you are on high alert. I said high alert. I thought we would have a few more junior street cars here. Not going to single out names, but I know there might be at least one missing. I'm not sure, but we only have 3. Going to be a quick turnaround there. Junior Street, final call. Final call, King of the Hill. Final call, King of the Hill. And I need everybody off the return road that's doing warm-ups. No more warm-ups on the return road. The return road is only for cars returning from the racetrack, the racing surface. No more warm-ups on the return road. As we bring King of the Hill up through hot stage and into the boxes of water to start our day here at Rock Falls Raceway. Return road, we're sending cars down the track. Somebody get that Camaro off the return road, get him turned around. I think that's John Tackus. We got cars going down the track. We can't have cars warming up on the return road. Send him back. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, 90.9 on your FM dial. If you can't hear the PA speakers, I know I speak loud enough. One and 2, King of the Hill. 3 and 4, Junior Street. We got a couple more Junior Streets. We made the final calls for both. We have cars on the racetrack. Thank you for answering the calls to staging. We got a little bit of an early start. That's fantastic. Every minute counts on a day like today. dragsters 6, 7, and 8. You know, 6 is minor, 7 is intermediate, 8 is advanced. I'll make a hard call. Junior dragsters 6, 7, and 8. Junior dragsters, come right on. We are in session 1 of King of the Hill. Final call has gone out for Junior Street. You should all be in lanes 3 and 4. Obviously, you will follow out King of the Hill. I got Street Eliminator on high alert. I'll let you guys and gals know as soon as we clear out lanes 1 and 2. I'll bring you in. Junior dragsters are coming into 6, 7, and 8. Appreciate that. Junior dragster competitors. Another reminder to our participants today, if you have cars that run in the 10-Os and you don't wear your safety equipment, there's a good chance you're going to go in the 9s. So make sure you have your safety equipment on that's required to be in the 9s. Keep that in mind. That 999 is in play today for most cars that usually run in the 10-Os. And I see we have cleared out lanes 1 and 2. I'm going to bring in Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator, this is your call to staging. Street Eliminator, this is your call to staging. Street Eliminator, come right on, staging lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2 for Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator, come right on, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator, this is your call to staging lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Same rules apply for Street Eliminator as every other class. Good to see you, Joe. First one up. Can't beat that. Still the best class for coming to the staging lane. Street Eliminator. Been that way all year long. Been that way for years, actually. You guys and gals respond quickest and the best. I'm going to repeat. Once you enter a staging lane, you have bought that staging lane. We are in the final 2 races of the points season. There's going to be no jockeying around. Once you enter a lane, you own that lane. So think about what lane you want to be in before you get to the back of the staging lanes. Once you pull into lane 1, 2, 3, or 4, you own that lane. That is going to be your lane. Dave Adams, I think it's been at least a year since he's been on the track in Thumper. Top Banana Challenger, let's go perfect. Runs it on down the track, 10.95 at 123 miles an hour in that beautiful 440 plus cubic inch Challenger coming out of Coon Rapids. Obviously a good friend of mine. I usually don't announce a lot of time trials because I save my voice for racing, but that's extra special. Great job on that Trip Zero Light, Dave. You got things figured out right from the first hit. Junior Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Final call, Junior Dragster, you should be in the lanes. You're going to follow out you're going to follow out Street Eliminator. Sorry. After Junior Street Eliminator. So Street Eliminator, final call, you should be in lanes 1 or 2. And you'll want to think about saddling up. I think we only got 4 pair of Junior Streets. We'll run Street Eliminator. Then we will go to Junior Dragster. And that puts Pro ET on high alert. Pro ET, you were on high alert, I said. Mopar drivers just tossing out trip zips left and right. Dan Hartfield, trip zip in his 70 Duster. Runs it through 1063, 125 miles an hour. Mopar drivers just tossing out the trip zips. Dan ended our first session of time trials for King of the Hill. There's going to be a second session coming up. Right now, Junior Street is on the track. They're going to be followed out by they're going to be followed out by Street Eliminator. So Street Eliminator, you might want to think about saddling up. There's not a lot of Junior Streets in there, so you might want to buckle up and get your helmets on because you're coming out next after Junior Street. I apologize, especially to Joe Badur. Didn't mean that. Didn't let that King thing slip out there. This is Street Eliminator going to be following out Junior Street. Junior Dragster, you will follow Street Eliminator. As they say in the world of misspeaking, I apologize for that. I got ahead of myself. That's the excuse that I'll be using quite a bit today probably. I got ahead of myself. All right, Pro ET, and for some reason I have to say it 3 times. Pro ET, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. And again, practice makes perfect, so once you enter a lane, that is your lane. Also, when 1 and 2 are full, 3 and 4 are open. I can't have cars hanging out the back of 1 and 2. If you don't have paint on either side of your car, you are not in a lane in 1 or 2. You need to come up in 3 and 4, please. So I would appreciate that very much. Pro ET staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Once again, Pro ET, staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And once 1 and 2 are full, I need you to come up in 3 and 4. I can't have cars hanging out the back of the staging lanes. So I'd appreciate your cooperation there. I know it's a chronic problem, and you hear me whine about it all the time, but there's a reason why we do this, and we try to keep integrity and competition alive here at Rock Falls Raceway, especially coming down to the end of the season for points. Being in your lane and not changing lanes matters. It matters to the integrity of the race. It matters to the other racers. We appreciate your cooperation once again in that. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2 is full, so if you want to be in the right lane, come on up in 4. There are 1, 2, 3 spots, 4 spots left in 1. Now we're down to 3, now we're down to 2. 2 spots left in lane 1, otherwise lane 3 is open. And it looks like lane 1 is full now, so come on up in 3 and 4. 3 and 4, please. 3 and 4 will be just fine. There is 1 spot left in lane 1. Lane 2 is closed. Looks like lane 2 is full, so if you want to be in the right lane, you got to come up in 4. That dragster wants the right side. You got to come up in lane 4 in that dragster. I can't have cars hanging out back there. So if someone wants to run over and tell him, you need to come up in 4. Again, if there's no paint on either side of your car, you're not in a staging lane. And I need you in the staging lanes. So somebody go back there in staging and get those cars to get into lane 4. I would appreciate that. This isn't that difficult. And the older hot rod there in the back of 2, you're not in a lane. I need you to come up in 4. If you want to be in the right lane, you need to be in a lane. Again, paint has to be on either side of your car. We spend a lot of money making staging lanes and striping them. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are open. We still have room. We should be able to fit everybody in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, it's not as important in the time trials, but I want to let you know it's imperative once we start eliminations, you need to be in a staging lane to preserve the integrity of competition that we have here at Rock Falls Raceway. Coming out next, we're loading the lanes with Pro ET. Final call, Pro ET. I will take bike sled. Bike sled, 7 and 8. You guys know the program there. You're on high alert, I guess. High school will come out after bike sled. So you're on low alert. I'll put high school on low alert. Pro ET, final call. You should be in the lanes. Thank you. Thank you for juggling around, getting in the lanes. appreciate it. Great job, Pro ET. Great job. Just to let you Pro ET competitors know, it's going to be a little bit of a delay, obviously. Every time we run junior dragsters, we got to get them all off the return road, at least on their way back to their pits, before we can turn loose the big cars. Sometimes we do a little track prep. We'll see what happens there. I'll keep you informed on what's going on, and I'll get you saddled up when you need to. So we appreciate you getting into the lanes as quickly as you did, so we can make the transition from one category as quickly as we can to the next category, because it all has to be done on a timely manner when we have the car count that we have today. Just want to remind you, drivers, stay with your cars, and once you get a big gap in front of you, please snug them up. Please snug them up. Quiet time. I have some great news coming from the Weiler family. Congratulations goes out to Jack Weiler. He has been offered and accepted a full-time position on the Jim Head Racing Nitro Funny Car team. He was down in Indianapolis last week, kind of a trial basis, and they liked what they saw, and they said, Jack, come work for us, and Jack said, you bet I will. So congratulations goes out to the Weiler family. Their son Jack, now a full-time worker on Jim Head Racing's Nitro Funny Car. Congratulations goes out to Jack Weiler on that. Congratulations to the Weiler family. And hey, that's a feather in our cap too. Jack has raced here, so we'll say congratulations, Rock Falls Raceway. We have a participant here that is now working on a funny car, big-time funny car team, Jim Head Racing. So wanted to mention that while things were quiet. Congratulations to Jack and the rest of the Weiler family and all of us racers in general from Rock Falls here. We are in Pro ET. Pro ET is on the track making their first of 2 time trials. Pro ET. Bike sled, you've been called to 7 and 8. High school, you are on medium alert. High school is on medium alert. That is Jack Weiler going down the track right now in the left-hand lane. The family racing Camaro. So if you see Jack out there today, give him a pat on the back and a attaboy. All right, I see we got our one high school competitor in the lanes. If there are any other high schoolers, I'll bring you up in 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for high school. So high school, you can come on up to lanes 5 and 6. All right, we got a broken one over on the side of the track, so Kevin Post having some issues, heard it leave and then heard some bad noises, pulled off to the side of the track. I don't see any fluid down. We'll see if he can move under his own power or not. Chances are not. We'll have to get him off the track, so there's going to be a little downtime here. The Wisconsin State Lottery dually out there and tow Kevin off the track. It looks like the car rolls. Not sure what happened. None of it's good. But there is no fluid on the track, thankfully. Or there are no parts and pieces on the track either. Okay, we got the Wisconsin State Lottery dually towing Kevin Post off the track. So far, so good. Going to be a minute or two for them to reach the turnoff before we can start sending cars. But if you're not near your car, get near your car. And you can think about saddling up because you're coming out. Those of you in hot stage. So it'll be just a couple of minutes and we'll be back to running cars. Something going awry in the Kevin Post S10 pickup. Sorry to see that. Hopefully it's easily fixable and he'll be back for the second time trial, or at least back for eliminations. With a little downtime here, I can do a little advertising for our sponsors. Famous Amos Transport provides safe and reliable trucking across the Twin Cities and more, offering same-day service, hotshot, tarp, gooseneck, flatbed, and more. If you need it fast, find Famous Amos Transport on Facebook, that is. And we have Kevin Post off the track, so saddle up. The rest of Pro ET, you're coming out. Make a final call for high school. Final call, high school. We're getting down to the end of Pro ET, so that puts Super Pro on high alert. Super Pro, you are on high alert. Once those lanes get cleared, I will be making your call, but right now we still have Pro ET cars in the lanes. But Super Pro, you are on high alert. Final call has gone out for high school and bike sled. You should all be in the lanes. You will be following out. First we'll go to bike sled, then high school. feel free to snug them up in hot stage. If you guys want to pull your cars forward, we still got a few cars to clear out behind you so we can get the next class in. Would appreciate that, Jason. John, thank you. Thank you for moving them on up. Please snug them up to the cars in front of you. I appreciate that very much. With that said, I'll make the call. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Super Pro. Come right on. We still have a few cars in lane 4, so try to avoid those. Special announcement for Kevin McCarty. Special announcement for Kevin McCarty. Please, if you want to get your licensing passes in, I don't know how many you're taking. We normally don't do the licensing passes, but we'll have you come up at the end of Super Pro, and we'll get you can get at least your first pass in, and then we'll see how things go from there. So Kevin, if you come up last, be the absolute last car in Super Pro, we'll get you your license pass for there, and then we'll see how things go, and if it works, we'll just keep doing that. But Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. We will take you to the staging lanes. Super Pro will take you to the staging lanes. Kevin McCarty, you can come up last. You can come up last, so I know you got a golf cart. You can kind of keep an eye on what's going on with the staging lanes. And at the end of Super Pro, we'll run your licensing pass. Try and accommodate that. We normally don't run licensing passes on competition days, but we'll try to accommodate as best we can. Looks like we got all of our lanes open, so Super Pro 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, Super Pro. Super Pro 1, 2, 3, and 4. So as I rearrange things and get things sorted out, Kevin McCarty, I take that back. If you want to come down and wait in the lanes, we'll run you at the end of Super Pro, but you can come down and wait in lane 6 so you don't have to keep an eye on stuff. If you come down in lane 6, I think I can keep you straight there, and then we'll, at the end of Super Pro, we'll run you out on your licensing pass. So Kevin McCarty, if you want to come to lane 6 and wait for the duration of Super Pro, that might make it easier on you. So for Kevin McCarty, if you want to make that licensing pass, come down in lane 6. We got some high school cars there right now, but I know we won't confuse your car with a high school car. So it looks like lane 2 is full. Lane 2 is full, so your other option is lane 4, Super Pro. If you're still coming up and you want the right lane, lane 4 is open. Thanks, Kevin, for coming up in 6. I appreciate that. We'll get you out and down the track at the end of this Super Pro session. So we still got room for about 3 more cars in lane 1. Otherwise, lane 3 is open. Maybe 2 more cars in lane 1. Looks like 1 more car in lane 1. Otherwise, lane 3 is open. Lane 2 is full. Lane 4 is open. Let you guys sort it out from there. Pro time trials, bike sled coming into the water boxes, high school to follow, then we'll be going to Super Pro. If I have any street bikes, lane 7 or 8, street bike, lane 7 or 8, if we have any. Wow, that's a pretty solid scoreboard right there. Chris Dacus, Trip, Zip, Big Block Sean, 001. Big Block Sean flogs it through a 987 at 100 and almost 37 miles an hour. This is bike sled going down the track right now. More than a handful of bike sleds. High school, you want to saddle up, you'll be ready to go. High school, saddle up, be ready to go. Super Pro, you're going to follow out high school. So Super Pro, final call, you should be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 and 2 are full, so 3 and 4 for the remainder of our Super Pro cars that are back in the pits. Come right on, 3 and 4. And again, street bike, if we have any street bikes here, roll on up in lane 7 or 8. That'll be just fine. Final call, Super Pro. Right now, final call, Super Pro. You're coming out right now. I know I don't have all my Super Pro cars in the lanes. Super Pro, you should be coming up in lanes 3 and 4. 1 and 2 are full, so 3 and 4 are open for Super Pro. I know there's more cars back there in Super Pro, so final call, Super Pro. Maybe you don't want to run this session. I don't blame you. High school going down the track right now. Super Pro to follow. Super Pro in hot stage. We have one more pair of high school to run down the track. We'll be making that transition to Super Pro. I don't see any takers on street bike. I don't see any street bikes coming into the lane, so I'm going to assume we don't have any. Once lanes 1 and 2 clear, King of the Hill, you know what that means. So King of the Hill, you are on medium alert. I'll let you know as things go. Just doing a little hand spray on the starting line before we turn loose our Super Pro entrance today here at Rock Falls Raceway. Fast Freddy's Rod Shop. At the core of Fast Freddy's Rod Shop is a group of car enthusiasts with diverse backgrounds that make up a dream team that design, build, and create some of the most unique custom cars in the country. Thank you for your continued support. Fast Freddy's Rod Shop. King of the Hill, King of the Hill, it's your time to shine. King of the Hill, staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second and final time trial. King of the Hill, staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second and final time trial here at Rock Falls Raceway today. Super Pro drivers, if you'd pull them on up, I would appreciate it. Bring them on up. I got cars to come in behind you. King of the Hill, you should be coming into 1 and 2. King of the Hill, 1 and 2. Junior Street, you're on high alert. Junior Street is on high alert. But I still got Super Pro cars in the lanes, so I don't have room for you yet. Super Pro, or I mean Junior Street. Super Pro is blocking your way. So pull them on up, Super Pro. Let's go. Let's move them on up. Final call, King of the Hill. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Final call. All right, Junior Street, I'll take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street, come right on, lanes 3 and 4. That's your cue, Junior Dragsters. Make it a soft call for you. You know what you're doing. 6, 7, and 8. Street Eliminator, you're on high alert. Street Eliminator, you are on high alert. All right, King of the Hill coming out right now as we start our second round of time trials here at Rock Falls Raceway today. Junior dragsters, just to make it official, I'll make the call for you. 6, 7, and 8 junior dragsters. Street Eliminator, you are on high alert. Final call, Junior Street. All right, Street Eliminator, as we clear the lanes, they're ready for you. Street Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, please. Street Eliminator staging lanes 1 and 2 for your second and final time trial. Street Eliminator, come right on. Dave Adams let go perfect trip zip at his first time hit. Second time hit goes 30 on the tree, respectable, 1099 at 122 miles an hour. Dave Adams getting with the program here in King of the Hill. Street Eliminator will take you. Street Eliminator will take you to 1 and 2. We need that golf cart out of the lanes. Thank you. Once again, Street Eliminator will take you to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Street Eliminator with lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, Street Eliminator has just about cleared the lanes. They are running down the track right now on their final time trial session. So I will take Pro ET. Yes, Pro ET. Take you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your final time trial session. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, Pro ET for your final time trial session. Left lane, written on the back window, it is Cougar. Cougar in the GTO. He's making it raw as he goes down the track. Britt, good to see you here. Sorry you broke a car, but at least you had a spare one to run. Thanks for being here, Britt. Good luck today. Pro ET lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And for you latecomers in Pro, I have a surprise for you. If you can't get into lane 1, 2, 3, or 4, instead of having cars all spread out at the back of the lanes, I'm going to make you come up in 5, but you won't get a lane choice because you'll be single file. So if you want to have your lane choice, you want to get to the lanes and not be the last ones. Because I got 10 cars too many to fit in the lanes, and I'm going to bring those 10 cars up in lane 5, but you'll be single file and you won't get a lane choice. You'll get a lane, that's for sure. You'll be able to make your time hit, but you won't be able to choose that lane. So if you want to make sure you can get your lane choice, you want to come up in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And once 1 and 2 are full, lanes 3 and 4 will be open. Once lanes 3 and 4 are full, lane 5 will be open. You just won't get to choose your lane because you'll be single file. and 8 as we're clearing out our junior dragsters. And that does open up lane 6. So if lanes 3 and 4 do fill up, which they should fill up, I'll take you in 5 and 6 pro. We'll take spillover. Once lanes 3 and 4 are full, we'll take you in 5 and 6 pro ET. But we're filling up 3 and 4 right now, so just stay in 3 and 4. Once those are full, 1 and 2 are full. So 3 and 4 are open right now, and once 3 and 4 are full, we'll take you in 5 and 6. A lot of cars here today. We're happy to see it. We just got to juggle things around. Sometimes I'm not so good at that, coming off the hip, but give me a little time to think about it, and I'll figure something out. But that's what I came up with. Instead of single filing you in 5, we'll have you come up in 5 and 6 once 3 and 4 are full. Because I should only have 5 pair come up in 5 and 6 if everything goes right. So Pro ET will take you to lanes 1, 2, well, 1 and 2 are full. So 3 and 4, Pro ET 3 and 4. And once 3 and 4 fill up, we'll take you in 5 and 6. But lanes 1 and 2 are full, so don't even try to pull into those lanes. Lanes 3 and 4 are open. Once lanes 3 and 4 fill up, we'll take you in 5 and 6. Again, once you pull into a lane, you are married to that lane. Appreciate your cooperation there. A lot of room in lane 3. So Pro ET, come right on. Pro ET, come right on. Bike sled, you guys know what the deal is. 7 and 8 for you. We got a lot of pro cars to go through. A lot of room in lane 3. Once lane 4 fills up, you'll have to come up in lane 6. Looks like lane 4 is full. So if you want that right lane, you'll have to come up in 6. Otherwise, 3 and 6 are open right now. Right lane, lane 4 is full. There's room in lane 3, and 5 and 6 are open. Actually, we'll fill 3 before we put anything in 5. If you want the right lane, you need to come up in lane 6. Lane 6 if you want the right lane. Of course, if they're all single file in lane 6, doesn't mean you're going to get the right lane. So final call pro, bike sled, you can start coming up to lanes 7 and 8. High school, you are on low alert because I got cars coming into 5 and 6, so sit tight. High school, sit tight. I will call you when the lanes are clear. So Pro is on the track. I'll take bike sled to 7 and 8. Any latecomers for Pro? Any latecomers for Pro? Come on up in 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for Pro. For any latecomers. Golf carts that are in 5, if you see any cars coming, I got to have you move. We should have 10 cars on their way up yet, so we'll see. I'll wait and see when they come. But golf carts that are in lane 5, just be aware we might have cars coming into that lane. I am going to need you out of staging since we got cars coming up in 5 and 6. Can't have golf carts in the staging lanes anyways. So golf carts, if you want to find some different spots, not be in the staging lanes. I got cars coming up in 5 and 6, and I got bikes and sleds coming up in 7 and 8. So there's not room for all of you. Final call, bike sled. Final call, bike sled. High school, I'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. High school to lanes 5 and 6. I do have a pro car in 5, so high school, if you want to stay behind the crosswalk to keep the separation, that would be great. High school, I'll ask you to come up in 5 and 6, but stay behind the crosswalk. Super Pro, you were on high alert. High alert. Super Pro, high alert. Just going to get a few more cars out of the lanes before I call you guys up. Once again, high school, if you'll stop just before the crosswalk, that would be great. Perfect. Thank you. Still got some late stragglers coming into pro. Thank you, high school. All right, pro drivers, snug them on up if you would. Snug them on up. Super Pro. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your final time trial session today here at Rock Falls Raceway. Super Pro staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your final time trial session here today. Race number 9 on the Gold Rush Points Series going on right now. Tomorrow, race number 10. Once again, Super Pro. Staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. High schoolers, if you want to snug up to the front of 5 and 6 now, that would be great. Perfect. I'm glad you got your radio tuned in to 90.9 on your FM dial. 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Super Pro for your final time trial session. I'll keep an eye on the lanes. If we have more people show up, if we need to open up 5 and 6, we can do that. But let's fill up 1, 2, 3, and 4 first. Kevin McCarty, if you want to come up in lane, let's say 7 for your license pass. We'll get you in after the end of Super Pro along with this other licensed dragster. And then after that, I'm not sure. We'll try and work you in the best we can. But if you want to come up now, we'll get you another shot. And then we'll see how the rest of the day turns out. throw the shout out to Deb Price, Rhonda Gray's sister, watching, hopefully, Beaver Creek, Ohio. Thanks for joining the feed. Keep an eye on Willie all day long, Deb. While I'm at it, shout out to Joe Marks. Joe and Lisa. I'm sure if Joe's watching, Lisa's watching, shout out. Hope you're getting well, Joe. Hope that new hip is working. Yeah, August 20th. Top left side out of Andover, Minnesota. Exotic Dancer. I don't know what's going on with that, but feeds the family. I guess that's what you got to do. It's not easy to feed a dragster that's that fast also. We're getting low on cars in pro. I will take King of the Hill. King of the Hill will take you for round one. King of the Hill, round one. Put the dial-ins on the board. It's time to shine. King of the Hill will take you. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. as we near the end of our time trials for the day. Once you put dial-ins on the car, please, everybody, make sure your dial-in is on the right side of the car and it is legible. You need to be able to read those numbers up here in the tower. So we would appreciate that very much. Once again, Junior Street will take you. Junior Street will take you 3 and 4. We're getting down to the end of Super Pro time trials. We got a couple licensing passes. We're going to set those aside until much later in the day if we have time. We got a lot of cars to get through to complete our competitive rounds today. So we're going to set aside our licensing passes after these passes till much later in the day. Buy car for Junior Street, car number 570, car number 570. You are the buy car. Sorry about that, car number 555. I should have caught that earlier. Car number 570, wait and see buy in Junior Street. King of the Hill is car number 555. 555. You got it. Very good. 570 is for Junior Street. 570 is Junior Street. Street Eliminator, when we get there, will be car number 5582. I'll run through the juniors real quick. Junior Minor is going to be 5215. Junior Intermediate will be N as in Nancy, 502. And Junior Advanced will be car number 521. Those are your potential buys. Potential buys for the first several categories. Want to wish a very happy birthday to Logan Summers. Happy birthday, Logan. It is your 14th birthday, and we couldn't be happier for you celebrating it here with us today at Rock Falls Raceway. Passes to go here, then we're going to do our invocation. We're going to listen to some national anthems, both Canadian and American. USA number 1. And then we're going to start racing with King of the Hill. Now, if I could have your attention, please. Brenna Schaefer from Racers for Christ with our invocation this morning.
Dear Lord, we thank you for this beautiful day at the races. We pray that you bless this track and each pass made today. Please place your hand of protection over all of us and our country. Amen.
Amen, Brenna. And now, if you are able, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem. And now, let's go racing. Gold Rush Point Series wrapping up this weekend. First of 2 races coming at you right now, starting out with King of the Hill. Everything matters at this point. Every round win, every point earned. We're going to be crowning some series champions at the end of the weekend. And we have such a beautiful day. We're definitely blessed with the weather today and hopefully tomorrow. But right now, King of the Hill coming at you. Round 1. Left side, 1108 the dial. Eric Miller here in the right, 1001 the dial in the Corvette. Winrich taking the win as Eric Miller went 19 red. Sean was 51 green and 4 thou under. Next pair coming at you, John Plackey, left side, Tony Hager in the right. Double red situation. Breaking out by, red lighting by the least amount. Tony Hager in the right lane is your winner, even though he breaks out. Doesn't matter. John Plackey, 44 red. Tony Hager, 008 red. Next pair, Mike Bauman. Left side, Corey Wamoff in the right. Another red light. Mike Bauman goes 88 red. Corey Wamoff 78 green. That's good enough for a win. They both break it out. Going on down the track, break it out by a bunch. Corey Wamoff, your winner, right side. Jack Weiler now left side, 1180 the dial. Dalton Aarons also dialed 1180. We have some stuff going on here. Somebody's going to do some top end racing. Off they go. 55 to a 23. Weiler on and off the gas, throttle stopping, not sure what's going on, but he ends up going dead on with a 7. He had the worst of the 2 lights. He was behind 32 thou at the hit, but turns it into a win, running dead on, taking 14 thou in an excellent display of driving ability. Junior dragsters can start making their way up to staging. Tiffany Badur, left side, 1121 the dial. Brent Henry, 1081 in the right. Pair of green lights, the advantage going to Brent Henry. He turns it into a win. 13 green, 23 thou over, 36 thou total. Locked out Badur. Badur was 80 green and only 11 thou over, but behind 55 thou at the finish line. Don Ritt now in the 87 Chevy Impala, left side. Tom Cetera, 1113 the dial in the Mustang in the right lane. Both drivers away with green lights. Significant reaction time advantage going to the Mustang, and as long as he doesn't break out, he'll win. He goes a tenth over, taking 2 tenths as Don Ritt was tardy and off the dial. Tom Cetera moving on. Tim Kunshier, left side, 964 the dial. Chris Kennedy, 1005, right side. .38 to a 50, only 12 thou separate him at the hit. Give the 38 to Tim Kunshier, give the win to Chris Kennedy as he is 50 and 11 thou over. Tim Kunshier was 38, breaks it out 5 thou, taking 28 thou. Needed to take 23 thou or less. Again, easier said than done. Brian Henry now, left side. 1060, Joe Heimer, 1010, the Challenger stock car in the right lane. Brian Henry has a significant reaction time advantage and turns it into a win. Wow, he is 33 green, dead on with a 3, taking almost 2.5 tenths. Heimer was 129 green and almost a tenth and a half off the dial. Almost stole that one back, but Henry kept it over the dial in, running dead on with a 3 for the win. Chris Schwartz, 1258 left side. Morgan McDonough, 1016 in the right lane. Off they go. Excellent reaction times by both drivers. 5 thou difference going Morgan's way, and he'll turn it into a win as he is 10 and 23 over. Gets behind 36 thou, but Schwartz breaks it out 18 thou, taking 36. Needed to take 18 or less. Schwartz with a tidy 15 light, but can't parlay that into a win. Dan Hartfield, 1065 left side. Dan Crownhart, 970 in the right. Street Eliminator, come right on. Street Eliminator will take you to 1 and 2. Hartfield goes a lot red. Crownhart, 10 green, runs it out the back door to go 975 with a 3 on the 970. Hartfield lets out after going red. Will Hale left side, 1015. Kirk Harum, 1019. Right lane. Off they go. A significant reaction time advantage going to the left lane. Will Hale turns it into a win. He's 117. Green dead on with a 6 and had Kirk Harum locked out, who let go 213 and broke it out 5 thou. Still ended up almost a tenth behind. Terry Peterson now left side, 1074 the dial. Carl Wamoff, 1148 the dial in his beautiful 55 Chevy in the right lane. Terry Peterson goes 9 thou red. Carl Wamoff missed it, but he gets saved by the red light by Peterson. Wamoff runs it on down the track, and I'm hoping he let out as he is quite a ways off his dial. Terry Peterson, after going 9 thou red, runs it on down the track to go dead on with a 0. What more can you say? Boy, a little bit green, and he's on his way to round 2. Ryan Hole, 1068 left side. Darren Anderson, 1091 in the right. And Ryan Hole goes 7 thou red. Darren Anderson lets go 001 green. Breaks it out by 29 thou, but no matter, as he'll advance. Ryan Hole also breaks it out. But after the red light, it doesn't matter a lot. Kurt Wamoff now left side, 1120. Joe Leisden, 1004 in the right. And Wamoff goes red, 28 red. Leisden going to pick up the win, goes 112 green, breaks it out, 19 thou. Wamoff, after going red, runs it on down there and goes dead on with a 5. So the 3 red lights we just had, 2 drivers end up going dead on. John Takis, 1130 the dial. Left side, Tony Nelson, 1161 the dial in the right in the first Canada versus USA matchup. Reaction time advantage going to the USA, so does the win. Tony Nelson, 34 green. And on the double breakout, breaks it out 19 thou. That's 14 thou less than John Takis took. Tony Nelson also took 9 thou at the finish line. Takis a little tardy on the tree. Jacob Schaefer, 1004 left side. Todd Thomas, 1290 in the right. Schaefer going to take the win on the double breakout. He breaks it out by 29 thou, and that's over a tenth less than Todd Thomas. Thomas was 58 green, breaks it out by a tenth and a half, taken 2.5 tenths. Schaefer moving on. Joel Frisch, left side, 10-10. Dave Adams, 1101 in the right. Adams goes 19 red. On his way to the buyback window in that Challenger. Runs it through to go 10.99 with a 5. Joel Frisch was 174 green and broke it out 35 thou. Still pretty quick out there. No, this is Ashley Velour, 1086 the dial, left side. Derek Crassett, 1170 in the right. Big reaction time advantage going to Ashley. She's out in front. Regulates back to keep from breaking out. Runs 2 tenths over, taking 2 tenths. Ashley Velour moving on, left lane. Dallas Hansen, left side, 960. Rudd. In the right lane in the Corvette. Dials up a 12-10. Off they go. Rudd going to be your winner. Some of these names are really hard to cipher out on their tech cards, so if we're wrong, let us know. We'll get the right name on there. But Rudd moving on in that Corvette by virtue of the red light by Dallas Hansen. This is the by-car of the round. Patrick St. George dials 1020, right side. He's out of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Tree comes down. Off he goes. Let's go 006. We'll see what he does on that 1020 dial as he goes down the track. 1027 with a 4. He'll change that dialing around, tidy it up. Maybe he let out at the end. I'm not sure. But he's really good on the tree. Coming to the line right now, we just had a report that Big Block Sean's going to add $100 to the winner of Junior Street. Thank you for that, Big Block Sean. Skylar Bramer, left side. Logan Summers, right side. Logan celebrating that 14th birthday we talked about earlier. On down the track he goes, but he goes 4th out red. Hands the win over to Skylar Bremer. Skylar on the 1004 dial goes 1010 with a 9. Logan breaks it out 11th thou after going to 4th thou red. Come on, somebody pony up some birthday money and get Logan bought back in. Tyler Burkholder, left side, 960 the dial. Lily Hansen, 922. Right side. Both drivers away with green light starts. Only 9 thou separated them. Lily Hansen going to be your winner. 107 green and 45 over, taking 800 stripe. Tyler Burkholder was 116 green and runs a 10th off the dial, opens the door. Lily drives right through on to second round. Jocelyn Millage, left side, 934. Ellie Lindberg, 905. Right side. Lily takes the win, had the better of the two reaction times, 69 green, and runs 7 hundredths over, gets there by almost 5 hundredths. Jocelyn missed the tree, 28 hundredths or 28 thou over for second place. Claire McDonough now taking the bye that round. Let's go, 101. On down the track goes Claire. And breaks it out. 52 thou, but moving on to round 2. John Cubes, left side goes 12 thou red, hands the win over to Trent Barnhart. Trent was 145 green, and on that 1425 dial he will go 1426, not bad. Cubes runs it on down, also breaks it out by 1 thou. Wow, 12 thou red and 1 thou under. Could have been a great pass. Turns out it's a trip to the buyback window. Tristan Zimmerman, left side in the Vega, 1405. Buck Smith, right side in the Mustang, dialed 1356. Pro ET, Pro ET, Pro ET. I will take you to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if we spill over, we'll go into 5 and 6. But 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Pro ET. As Tristan Zimmerman goes 44 red, hands the win over to Buck Smith. Buck Smith moving on. Cougar. Rawr. Over there in the left lane, Cougar dialed 1179 in the GTO. Don Rexted dialed 1890 in the Mustang in the right lane. Off goes Don. Off goes Cougar. Cougars taking the win. 355 green is good enough as Rexted went 38 red. Rexted broke it out by 11 thou. As Cougar was way off the dial, but it doesn't matter. He will advance by virtue of the red light. Nathan Johnson, 1311, left side. Michael Masunski, right side, dialed 1240. Sorry for butchering your name, Michael, and or Michael's family. But Michael's moving on as Nathan Johnson goes 21 red in that 96 Camaro. Michael moving on in the 79 Camaro. Moving to round 2. Samantha Schultz, 1227, left side. Tim Merrick broke the Oldsmobile and is in the family town and country. Dialed up 1645. Soccer Grandpa you see on the side of the town and country. Making the switch from Oldsmobile to Mopar, Tim Merrick is off. Both drivers away with green light starts. Tim Merrick is way out there and he's going to take the win. Had a big reaction time advantage, almost 0.3 of a second. As Samantha missed it, Tim Merrick also missed it, but just not as bad. Runs it through, taking almost 1/10 a win stripe. Tim Merrick moving on in the Mopar. Parking the Olds for the day, I'm guessing due to breakage. Alex Schultz now left side, 1152. Betty Connor, 1590 in her Mustang in the right lane. Off they go. Betty Connor goes 75 red. Alex Schultz had to wait what seemed like forever. Goes 24 on the tree, runs 500ths over. Good enough for the win. As Betty Connor, after going 75 red, breaks it out by 3.5 tenths. Wow. 2.5 tenths. Sorry about that. Not as bad as I thought. Jamie Kading, 1336, left side, 71 Duster. Mark Connor, 1150 to dial, right side, in that 65 Ford Falcon. You can hear him manually shifting the gears, running a 4-speed's always fun. And taking the win, Jamie Keding, 50 green, 800ths over, taking 1/10.5. As Connor was a little tardy on the tree and 1/10.5 off the dial. Marvin Welsh now, left side, 1275. Jay Gray, 1330 in the right. And Marvin Welsh goes 37 red. Hands the win over to Jay Gray. Jay Gray also driving a manually shifted car. On down the track he goes. On that 1330 goes 1368. But he'll advance as Welsh was red. Next pair, Brandon Crownhart, 1370. Left side, Joe Badur, 1298 in the 69 Camaro in the right lane. Crown Hawk goes 3,000 red, handing the win over to Joe Badur. Just so you know, the pro buy is L552. L552, you are the wait and see buy. Sorry, not getting that out early. Got wrapped up in all the competition. Just so you know, bike sled, when I call you, buy car, buy the buy bike will be number 64. High school will be 5002, car number for the buy. And the buy in Super Pro will be 5997. Those are wait and see buys, all of them. Just so you drivers know before you get up here. Sorry about that. L552. I tried to let you know beforehand, but I got caught up. Corey Hansen taking the buy in Street Eliminator, goes 19 red. And on the 1246, he goes 1246. That's what you do. Got half the run really good. The other half needs to just turn it green. And he'll be on his way. Corey Hansen, yes, is a professional cuddler. Here we go with our junior dragster competitors. Junior minor, left side, Michaela Velour. 1190, heads up with Colin Songus. Colin also dialed 1190 in the right lane. I'm not sure if that's right. I don't think that's Colin Songus. Unless he's driving somebody else's dragster. Big old Michaela with the green light and the win. Runs it on down, breaks it out 22 thou. Dragster in the right lane was red and 33 under. I think that was our only two. In junior minor, we'll be going to junior intermediate. No, I was wrong. We have a third car in junior minor. And that third car is Brooklyn. Okay, Brooklyn Hop. She really only needs her first name. Off goes Brooklyn, taking the bye run. 67 green. And on the 1190 goes 88 with a 4, 16 thou under. Now we move into junior intermediate. Peyton Bremer, left side, 906 at aisle. Jaden Heem, 891 in the right. Off they go. Peyton goes 79 red, hands the win to JD with 67 green. And on the 891, breaks it out by 64 thou. They'll redial that program, add some weight maybe, come back for the next round. Peyton 79 red, breaks it up by 12 thou. Morgan Summers 910 the dial, left side. Keegan Millage 946 in the right. And we're ready to go. Both drivers are in. Tree comes down. Off they go. 44 to a 96. Give the 44 to Morgan Summers. Give the win to Keegan Millage. 96 green. Dead on with a 9. Morgan Summers was 44 green. Breaks it out. 99 thou. Dylan Hansen now coming up. Going to be in the right lane, taking the single. In junior intermediate, he's dialed 895. Out of Rosemont, Minnesota. Off goes Dylan, turns at 36 red. Runs on down the track. We'll see how close he can get to that 893 dial. 1 thou under. That part's good. We got to get a green light this next round. This is Junior Advanced. These are the fastest cars with the oldest drivers. I believe it's 13 to 17 is the age group. Skylar Bremer, left side, dialed heads up with Claire McDonough. Claire's in the right lane. Both drivers dialed 790. Off they go, 57 to a 130. And Claire will take the win. Claire cuts in half Skylar's reaction time and then some. Claire goes 57 green, runs on down, 23 thou over, gets behind 23 thou. As Skylar had to break it out, 12 thou to make it look that good. Had a chance to get in there. Nope, he was locked out. Claire McDonough moving on. Yeah, Skylar broke it out 72 thou. My math was off there. Taking 22, so he was locked out. Logan Summers now. Left side, 849. Ellie Lindbergh, 790. Right side. Ellie tore it up in Cedar Falls last weekend, but she goes red right now. Good thing she can buy back. 6 thou red. Hands the win over to Logan Summers. Ellie also breaks it out. 72 thou. Logan Summers broke it out. 10 thou. He's moving on. We need help reading that dial board in the right lane. I can see that from here. Wow. Turn the dial board on. Doggone it. We got to do that every time. Autumn Sullivan, dialed 804 right side. Thomas Conan, 790 in the right. Off they go. Thomas Conan in complete control. 006 green, 8 thou under for the win on the double breakout, as Autumn Sullivan was 96 green and 72 thou under. Sorry about that. 72 thou under. Wow. A lot of big time breakouts. Now we need a dial board turned on in the left lane. Thank you. Sophia Potvin over here in the right lane, dialed 814. Madison Delmonico dials up a 792 in the right lane. To a 51. Give the 10 to Sophia. Give the win to Sophia on the another double breakout. Sophia goes 10 green, 36 thou under, 48 thou less of a breakout than Madison. Madison was 51 green and almost a 10th under. Took 007, but had to break out to do so. Basically had to get behind to win that race by a lot. And that is our junior dragsters. Bike sled will take you. Bike sled will take you. Pro ET looks like they're coming out next. Bike sled, come right on. 7 and 8. High school puts you on, we'll say medium alert. A lot of cars, like 70 some cars in pro today. So that'll take a while to get through. We'll gather up our junior dragsters, get them off the return road before we turn our Pro ET cars loose. We're doing a little touch up on the starting line, a little gold dust, a little hand spray. Make sure everything is A1 shape for our racers today. Just remember, if you got knocked out first round in any of your classes, buybacks are available in the registration building. Come on up, buy yourself back in. There's no reason to not keep racing. The hard part was getting here. The easy part was losing. Come back up, get your buyback taken care of and registration. Get back in, rejoin the race in second round. Buybacks rejoin the race in second round. First pair coming at you, Pro ET. John Plackey, left side, dials 1102. Big block Sean Anderson, 10 flat in the right lane. Off they go. 9th thou separate him at the hit. John Plackey taking the win. 25 green, 24th thou over. Gets there by 5 thou. Sean Anderson was 34 green, 200th over, or 20 thou. Again, leaves him 5 thou behind and on his way to the buyback window. Mike Bauman, or Bowman, depending how you want to pronounce it, out of Piers, Minnesota, where they have some of the best bacon you can purchase. Thielen Meats, a little plug for them. 1177 the dial for Bauman, left side Christopher Takis. 1034 the dial. Right side, the transplanted Canadian. Another Canada versus USA matchup. Canada in control. Christopher with the win. Canada scores 1-1. Canada versus USA. Chris was 12 green. Mike Bauman was 131 green, and that's Chris doesn't need that much room to make it work. Chris runs 21 thou over, taking 33 thou, as Bauman had to break it out a ton, 65 thou, to make it look that close. Jack Weiler now, 968. Left side, Britt Asby, 1101 in the right. Britt broke a car earlier today, got the spare Mustang out of the corral, got back into competition. Britt is in trouble. Wow. Jack Weiler, 002 green, dead zero, taken 58 thou. 2 total. You can't beat that, Britt. Britt was 60 green, dead zero. Wow. Tremendous run by Jack Weiler. Daring run, I'll say that too. Dalton Johnson, left side. Pat Kelly in the right. 10th separate him in dial. Pat Kelly with the better light turns it into a win. 16 dead 5, 31 total, or 21 total. Locks out Johnson. Johnson was 46 green, 11 thou under, but still 14 thou behind at the finish line. Brandon Winrich, 1136, left side. Brent Henry, 1081 in the Maverick in the right. Brent Henry goes a bunch red. Winrich, 47 green. Looks like both drivers going to run them through. Winrich goes 31 thou over. Henry, because he went red, maybe, it went dead on with a 6. Wow, another red and dead run, we call it. No name over here in the left lane. 1054 the dial in the classic Plymouth. Gusto Racing. Darcy McCormick in the right lane, dial 1010. Off they go. .28 to a 57.7. Give the 28 to Darcy McCormick in a, I'm going to say, a Canada versus USA battle. Canada coming out on top of that one. Darcy runs 47 over, gets there by 63 thou, as the Mopar was 57 green, but runs almost a tenth off, 800ths off the dial. Rick Fuller, left side, 970 the dial in the Firebird. Jason Weiler, 1023, right lane. Weiler lights it up 7 thou red. Rick Fuller, your winner, 33 green. And on the 970 goes 969 with an 8.2 thou under. And Rick Fuller left us a present on the starting line. So we got some cleanup to do in the left lane. And we'll have to run on down track to see how bad he leaked down track also. So anyone in the Fuller pit is going to have to help Rick check that out. Left two pretty big spots. Not sure if it's oil or tranny fluid. Whatever it is, it's not good. So Rick, you'll have to check that car out, see what's leaking there, and try and get that fixed up. So once again, Rick Fuller, like I say, left us a present, some tranny fluid on the starting line. We got that picked up, but we got report of leakage on down track. We're checking it out right now to see how bad and where it is. And I will keep you informed to let you know if we have a bigger cleanup than what's going on just the starting line right now. So stand by, everyone, while we check things out, make sure it's safe. So we got to get the tractor out. If you could help us make a path, we'd appreciate that. We're going to have to run down the track, do a little dragging. We did find some moisture down there. Shouldn't take long. But we're going to have to run down there and say we should just be able to rub over it and take care of it and get back to racing. Just going to take a few minutes, so stand by while we get this spill cleaned up. So while we have a break in the action, it's a good time to stop on by the concession stand, get yourself something good to eat. Pit Stop Grill, open with all kinds of good food to eat and drink. They got beer down there. I don't know if they have wine. Let me take a look at my menu. They got beer and seltzer. I don't see wine. Domestic beer, craft beer. They got ice cream, snacks, all kinds of beverages, Gatorade, water, Rockstar for those of you not cutting good lights. May as well pick one of those up. Burgers, brats, hot dogs, sandwiches, tremendous wings and fries. Very good chicken tenders also. Cheese curds are good. Stop on down, Pit Stop Grill. Get yourself something good to snack on. Get you through this race day here at Rock Falls Raceway. Fast shocks. Car not leaving how you'd like? Want to do bigger wheel stands? Who doesn't? Reach out to Fast Shock Suspension Solutions. The racer-owned business of Randy and Michael Manns have decades of experience making any type of vehicle suspension launch when it matters most. Race car or street car, don't delay. Reach out to Fast Shocks today. Find them online at fastshocks.com. Jake's Quality Auto Repair. Quality auto work and repair needed? Make sure you visit Jake's Quality Auto Repair, conveniently located in White Bear Lake. Leave all your concerns behind by taking your machine to Jake's Quality Auto Repair. Owned and operated by racers for racers. Reach out to Brad at jakesqualityauto.com to get your problems fixed. And it looks like we have our cleanup completed. And we're getting ready to send cars down the racetrack. We are in round 1 of Pro ET. Coming to the line now, Dusty Winrich, left side. I think Dusty's leading points. I'm trying to keep track of this, but I tell you what, there's just so much going on and so many cars here. I wanted to keep track of points for y'all so we could have kind of a round-to-round matchup, but I just can't keep up. So I apologize for that. Ryan Hole in the right side, dial 1068, Winrich dial 1011. Hole goes 16 red, hands the win to Dusty Winrich. Winrich moving on. Runs on down the track, breaks it out, 20 thou. Ryan Hole also breaks it out, 27 thou. Pat Halbrick now left side, 831 the dial. Bruce Van Stratton right side dials 960. Off they go. 18 to a 52. Give the 18 to Bruce Van Stratton. Give the win to Bruce Van Stratton. He is 18 green and 49 thou over. Gets there 49 thou. As Halbrick was 52 green and 600ths off the dial. Kenny Thornell now left side. Dials up a 933. Chris Kennedy 1006 in the right. Double red lights. True start in effect as Chris Kennedy has the lesser of the two red lights. He's 28 red. Moving on in that right lane. Both drivers break it out on the other end. Thornell by a ton. 700ths under. Thornell was 56 red. Twice as red as Chris Kennedy. Next pair out, Phil Johnson left side. Dialed in 1111. Jeff Hendrickson dials 1084 in the Mopar in the right lane. Pair of green lights on the starting line. One of them way better than the other, and that's Phil Johnson. He'll take the win as he is 33, 23 thou over. We call that a 56 pack, and he had Jeff Hendrickson locked out. Hendrickson was 129 green, broke it out 31 thou to be 42 thou behind. John Blomberg, left side, 1012 the dial. Carl Geib, 949 in the right lane. In his 80 Chevy Monza, Carl out of Montrose, Minnesota. Off they go. Couple of really good reaction times. Somebody's going to be disappointed. Carl Guy goes 006 and breaks it out a bunch, as John Blomberg was 17 green and breaks it out by 12 thou more, taking a thou. Holy cow. Carl was 26 thou under. Blomberg 38 thou under for the loss. Chad Miffick right side 882 in that Chevy 2. Kevin Sand 895. A couple of very quick door cars. Kevin Sand with the better reaction time, 33 green, 24 thou over. Had Miffick locked out. Miffick missed it, went 102 green. Broke it out by a bunch, got there 3 thou, but had to break out to do it, giving him the loss. Dave Hamilton, 972, left side. Eric Miller, 1001 in the right. Eric Miller also doing double duty. He's running King of the Hill. 86 to a 98. Give the 98 and the win to Eric Miller, as on the double breakout, he breaks it out by only 4 thou. Dave Hamilton was 86 green, had the better of the 2 lights, but breaks it out 5 thou. Difference in breakout, 1 thou. Davey got there first by 13 thou, had to take 12 thou or less. Sean Winrich, 1108. Left side. Chris Anfang, 938, right side. Off they go. 005 to a 50. Give the 005 and the win to Chris Anfang. He's 005 and 41 thou over, 46 total. Had Sean Winrich locked out. Sean was 50 green, breaks it out 32 thou, getting there by 28 thou. No chance. Mathematically ineligible. Gene Milton, 1023, left side. Terry Peterson, 1073, right side. Off they go. 7 to a 56. Give the 7 to Terry Peterson. Give the win to Terry Peterson. He is 7, 21 thou over, 28 total. Gene Milton was 56 green and ends up going 32 thou over to be 50 thou behind and on her way to the buyback window. Says Jake Lesnick. Looks like Jake Lesnick standing beside the car. But I can only do what it says on Jeff Street, right side, 930 dial. Lesnick dial, 1044 left. Jeff Serene has 15 thou in his pocket, turns it into a win. He is 25, 32 thou over. As something goes away on Lesnick's car, he ends up almost 2/10 behind at the finish line. Jeff Serene, your winner. Mel Knott in the Harmel Racing 48 Pontiac Silver Streak, left side. Dials up a 961, going to be chasing down Joe Badur. Badur dialed 1296, rightly. Mel goes 18 thou red. Not going to like the looks of this time ticket, as Badur was 106 green. Both drivers drive on down the track and break it out. Joe Badur moving on, right lane. Jenny Heeb, 1150 the dial, left side. Going to get chased by Joe Lindbergh. Joe dialed 977 in the right lane. 50 to a 122. Give the 50 to Joe Lindbergh. You see him on the brakes. He'll take the win. He's almost 300ths off the dial. Still gets there by 300ths. Joe Lindbergh moving on, right lane. Tim Conchier, 960 the dial, left side. Dave Elliott, dials 914 in the 41 Willies in the right lane. '71 to a 186. Give the 71 and the win to Tim Conchier. He's 71 and over a tenth off the dial. Gets 28 thou behind. Dave Elliott was 186. Had to break it out to keep it close. Conchier moving on. Paul Nowak, left side, 1044. Yep, Nowak, 1003 in the right lane. Don't think they planned that one out. Jeff goes 13 red, hands the win over to Paul. Paul in that left lane runs it out, breaks it out by 43 thou. Jeff in the right lane runs it on through after going 13 red, breaks it out 11 thou. John Hatfield now, left side, 1294. I'll take high school. I'll take high school. High school, I'll take you to the lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, you're on high alert. John Marslick in the right lane, dial 1033. Off they go. 15 to a 16, anybody's race here. Hatfield with the 15. Breaks it out 11 thou. As John Marslick breaks it out 1 thou on the double breakout. John Marslick moves on. Todd Kennedy, 1229, left side. Morgan McDonough, 1017 in the right side. Super Pro, you're on high alert. Super Pro, high alert. And Kennedy goes 20 red, hands the win over to McDonough. McDonough, 36 green on the 1017, runs it through to go 10-18 for the win. Kennedy, after going 20 red, runs it through to be 58 thou over. Next pair out, Dale Hildreth dials up by 897. In the left lane, Jim Stockton, 1147 in the right lane. $14 to a 37. Give the 14 to Dale Hildreth. He'll also take the win, being 11 thou over. 25 total locked out Stockton. Stockton let go 37. And runs 45 thou over. Ends up 57 thou behind in the loss. Hildreth moving on. Todd Nord, left side, 1035 the dial. Mike Alief, right side, dialed 876, and that's super fast Chevelle. Alief in control, 38 green, but breaks it out 1 thou. Oh, gets there by 59 thou, had to take 58 thou or less. Todd Nord moving on, 61 green and 35 thou over by virtue of the breakout by 1 stinking thou by Alief. Darren Idy, 986, left side. Dave Schmidt, 842 in the right. Both drivers in. Off they go. Dave Schmidt goes 10 red, hands the win over to Eide. Eide was right there. 007 on the reaction time and 1 thou under. That's tough to beat. Schmidt runs his out to go 50 thou over. Eide moving on. Mike Simons in the Mustang left side. 1072 the dial. Gary Woody 1003 the dial. In the Camaro in the right lane. Sixth thou, separate him at the hit, give the advantage to the Ford, Mike Simons, but he can't turn it into a win as Gary Woody goes 25 green, 27 thou over, gets there by 1 thou. We're talking about 2 inches at 1 thou. Woody moving on. Aaron Milton left side, 913 the dial. Tom Cetera 1112 the dial in the Mustang in the right. Off they go. 20 to an 82. Give the 20 to the Mustang. Give the win to Aaron Milton. 82 dead zero is good enough as Cetera was 20 green. Runs on down, takes 91, takes almost a tenth, breaks it out by 29 thou. Aaron Milton moving on. Corey Mirren in the dragster in the left lane. Mopar powered dragster at that. Dialed up with an 848, going to be taking on Darren Anderson. Anderson dialed 1089 in the right lane. And it looks like Darren Anderson's having trouble. And Miron is going to take competition by. Score another point for Canada. Let's go. Runs it through, goes dead on 848 with a 7 on the 848, 92 green on the tree. Anderson, that's a tough loss to take when the car won't start. Looks like I got lanes clear. We'll take Super Pro will take you to staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. While we get Darren Anderson pushed out of the way. Waiting in the wings, Bob Hager, going to be in the left lane, dial 1016. Joe Leisden, 1002, will be the dial for the right lane. Hager in that beautiful 50 Anglia. That's a beautiful car. Leisden in his 95 Camaro. Coming at you in just a minute. And as promised, here they are. Bob Hager, left side, 1016. Joe Leisden, 1002 in the right. thou red hands the win over to Hager. Hager was right there though. He's double 02 green. Breaks it out by 15 thou. Leisden runs on down there, runs 18 thou over. He'd have been green, he'd have been a winner, but he wasn't. Bob Hager moving on. Nathan Carlson now. Left side, dials up a 1017. Tammy Frisch dials 1001 in the right lane. In the Maverick. Another pair of red lights, this time the lesser of two red lights is Nathan Carlson. He's 12 thou red. Runs it out the back door to go dead on with a 4. I'm sorry, Joel Frisch, it was not Tammy. Joel Frisch goes 54 red and runs 77 thou over for the loss. Tim Harris now 1263 left side. Tony Frank 975 in the right lane. Tony Frank goes 69 red. Hands the win over to Tim Harris. Harris 71 green. Moving on. Breaks it out 20 thou. But no matter. Gary Sandmeyer, 950 the dial. Left side. Randy Trotter, 1015 the dial. Right side. Sandmeyer out of Mankato, Minnesota. Trotter out of Lake City, Minnesota. Thou separate him at the hit, the advantage going to Randy Trotter, but he breaks it out by 71 thou, handing the win over to Gary Sandmeyer. Sandmeyer was 62 green and 18 thou over, was over a 10th behind, but that's good enough for the win as Trotter broke it out by a bunch. Tiffany Badur, 1123 left side. Mark Pease, 1204 in the right. Mark Pease goes 26 red. Tiffany Badur going on to the next round, 46 green and 14 thou under. As Mark Pease goes 26 red and then runs dead on with a 6 on that 1204 dial. Rick Miron, again out of Canada in that 73 Cougar, dials up a 960. Jake Hansen, 949 in the right lane. Another Canada versus USA matchup. Off they go. 52 to a 76. Give the 52 to the Chevelle. Give the win to the Chevelle. Jake Hansen moving on. He's 52 green and 44 thou over. He got 43 thou behind. Rick Miron was 76 green, broke it out 23. Needed to take 20 thou or less. Not easy to do. USA taking that win in Canada versus USA. Dan Hartfield, 1065 left side. Gary Olson, 1085 in the right lane. And another pair of red lights. This time, true start in effect as Hartfield goes 1 thou red and 13 thou under, but 1 thou red is better than 42 red. Dan Hartfield moving on. Tony Meyer taking the bye in this round of Pro ET. This ends round 1. Meyer dials 1073. Let's go. Goes 21 green. Not bad. Let's see what he does on that 1073 dial. Looks like he's going to run it out all the way. He goes 4,000. Not a bad pass. He's set up for round 2 as we go directly into bike sled. We got Rob Juarez in the left lane. I know that. I think that's Tom Reimer in the right lane. Juarez dialed 1047. It's Nate Bremer. Sorry about that. I can't read from here. Nate Bremer over in the right lane, dialed 912. Off they go. Nate Bremer on point, goes 008 green and coasts to a victory, taking almost a 10th, running almost 2/10 over. Rob Juarez was 94 green and over a 10th off the dial. Nate Bremer moving on right side. Austin Williams left side, 1004 the dial. In the 06 Kawasaki. Steph Summers on the 2017 Arctic Cat, right side, dialed 1213. Off they go, 105 to a 182, and Austin Williams has trouble. As long as Steph doesn't break out, she's going to win, and she does. As Austin Williams having trouble with the bike, couldn't get close to running the number, almost 2 seconds off the dial. Robin Williams, 980 the dial. Left side, looks like another Kawasaki. Jim Remington, 864 the dial in the right lane. Off they go. Robin Williams in control. Robin Williams with the win. 56 green and 2/10 over. Gets there by 3 thou. Jim Remington was 106 green and a 10th and a half over for the loss by 3 thou. Says John Kelly. In the left side, dialed 1034. Jason Clampett, dialed 926, right lane. And something happens to the clutch in the bike in the left lane. Jason Clampett going to let out and coast across the finish line for the win after going 10 green. No fluid coming out of the bike, but I don't know if the bike's going to make it off the track. Probably not. No, he's pulling over to the side. Kelly having trouble with that bike. Clutch not engaged. We'll send somebody down and get him pushed off the track. Starter Mark on his way. In the Wisconsin State Lottery Zuma, no. It would be. If we had a rap for it, it'd be the Wisconsin State Lottery Zuma right now. Going to help John Kelly off the track. We got Kelly just about off the track. Next pair out, Jeff Serene, dialed 930 left side. Cam Bellisle. Sorry. Yes, that is Cam Bellisle, dialed 948 in the right lane. Cam gets out of shape on the starting line, gets out of the groove, but Serene's bike breaks. Holy cow. Cam Bellisle going to take the win in kind of a crazy race there. Serene had the better reaction time, but the bike can't make it down the track under power. And we may have to go push another one off the track. That was our last pair of bikes sled. I don't know if Serene's going to make it off the track or not. And Serene is going to make it off, and we go into high school. Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro should be in the lanes. Jocelyn Millage taking the bye run. Let's go, or I should say, turns it 17 red on the 1435 dial. Runs on down the track to go 1477. But moving on. In the only pair this round, we only have 3 high schoolers. Michael Liebelt, left side, 1490 the dial in the 06 Saab. Joe Lindbergh, right side, the VW, dials 1490. Significant reaction time advantage to the car with the brake lights on. And on the double breakout, Joe Lindbergh, your winner, as Michael Liebelt breaks it out by a half second on the double breakout. Joe Lindbergh breaks it out by only 900ths, getting there by 7th out. Good driving by Joe Lindbergh. We are in Super Pro. We are in Super Pro. King of the Hill, that puts you on medium alert. Medium alert for King of the Hill for round 2. First pair coming at you. Left side, Michael LaChapelle. Dial 775 in his dragster. Big Block Sean Anderson, dial 10 flat in his Camaro. Off they go. And Big Block Sean going to take that win. He's 74 green, 35 thou over, getting there by 12 thou as LaChapelle had the better light but could not run the number. Runs 7 over to get behind 12 thou. Big Block Sean moving on in that entry. Dalton Johnson, 1005 the dial, left side. Ron Sullivan, 827 the dial in the right lane. $11 to a 29, give the 11 to Dalton Johnson. 11 dead 1 locks out Ron Sullivan. 12 total for Dalton Johnson, 29 light for Ron Sullivan. No chance of winning that one. Sullivan also runs off almost 800ths to be almost a 10th behind at the finish line. Connor Smisek, left side, 942 the dial. Dan Kike, 739 the dial in the right lane. Smisek goes one stinking thou red, hands the win over to Kike. Kike was 24 green, runs dead on with an 8:32 total. Smisek, I don't know if he ran it out or not, was almost 600ths over after going one red in the loss. Craig Schultz, 794 in the Racecraft Shorty. Left side. Ron Langowski, 873 the dial, right side, in his 81 Suzuki. Off they go. Schultz in complete control as he'll take the win. Goes 34 green and 20 thou over. Langowski was 72 green, but something going away on the bike as he wasn't even in the neighborhood of his dial and way behind. Richie Summers now left side in the Ford powered rear engine dragster, 799 the dial. Kevin Sand in the Olds Calais right lane, dialed 896. Off they go, 32 to a 46. Give the 32 to Richie Summers. Give the win to Richie Summers. 32, 16 thou over. 48 total. Kevin Sand was 46 green. Had to go dead on with a 2 to be close. Goes dead on with a 5 to end up 3 thou behind. Oh, close racing. Phil Johnson now left side, 11:08. Paul Nowak, 10:42. .009 to a 25. Give the 009 to the left lane. 19 thou over, 28 total. Paul Nowak, 25 green, had to go dead 3 at the worst. Runs 700ths over to be 700ths behind. Randy Johnson, 942 left side. Chad Mythic, 882 in the right lane. Nothing pretty about the lights, but Mythic in control, and he'll take the win. Going 31 thou over. Randy Johnson was 62 thou under in the loss. Still ended up 22 thou behind. Mike Humans, 1081 in the teacher's pet. Left side, Bruce Van Straten, 963 in the Camaro right side. Six to a 41. Give the 6 to the left lane, give the win to the left lane. 13 total, 6 dead 7. That's pretty stout. Gets there by 37 thou as Van Straten was 41 green, dead on with a 9. The dead on with a 9 part wasn't bad, but it was still going to be tough as Humans lays down 13 total. Here's an interesting one. Jack Weiler, left side, dials 968. Dad Jason Weiler, 1023 in the right lane. Jack just got that job with Jim Head Racing. Crewman on the Nitro Funny car for Jim Head Racing. Congratulations goes out to Jack and Jack's parents, Jason and Mom. Prouder than peacocks over their boy signing on. 5 thou difference at the hit. Give the advantage to Jack Weiler. He breaks it out 1 thou, taking 23 thou as Dad shows him a thing or two on the finish line. Goes 37 green and 17 thou over for the win. Dale Hildreth now left side, 897. Tom Podvin, 909 in the very fast Mustang, right side. Off they go. Green light. Dale had no chance of winning that race. Brandon Winrich now. 11:38 the dial, left side. Lee Burkholder, 7:58 in the right. Another pair of green lights. 15-06. Give the 6 to Lee Burkholder. Give the win to Lee Burkholder. He's 006 green, 32 thou over, taken 10 thou, as Brandon Winrich was 15 green and 33 thou over. Pretty good passes, but this is a brutal sport. 10 thou the difference going Lee Burkholder's way. Pat Haubrich, 833 left side. Chrissy Gonser, 826 right side. Chrissy Gonser with a big reaction time advantage turns it into a win. Let's go 12 and runs 41 thou over, locked out Haubrich. Haubrich missed it, went 110 green, 15 thou over, ends up 72 thou behind. That is easily half a car. Dusty Winrich, 10:09 left side. Warren Davies, 7:85 in the very fast Corvette in the right lane out of Pickett, Wisconsin. Off they go. 18 red hands the win over to Dusty. Dusty 14 green and 46 thou over for the win. Couple of dragsters up next. Don Kritzky, left side, 718 the dial. Paul Launderville, 752 the dial, right side. Quick battery change in the mic there. We're off and running. Another double red light situation. 006 red, 009 red, 006 red, Don Kritzky. He will advance. Both drivers 2, almost 300ths off the dial. Don Kritzky moving on. Dan Krennick, 957. In the left lane, gorgeous 65 Corvette. Mark Hawes, 871 the dial. The small block Chevy powered dragster in the right lane. Off they go, 13 to a 26. Give the 13 to the dragster, give the win to the dragster, being 43 over. We call that 56 total. Krennick, had 26 light, had a chance to get in, but runs almost, well, he runs 0.2 over the dial. Ends up 0.2 behind. Mark Hausen, the dragster, moving on. Todd Reinschmidt, 962 in that left lane. Pat Kelly, 997 in the right. King of the Hill will take you to 1 and 2. King of the Hill will take you to 1 and 2. 004 to a 21. Reinschmidt goes 004, 26 thou over for the win. Gets there by 4 thou. Pat Kelly was 21 green, 13 thou over in the losing effort. John Blomberg, 1010 the dial, left side. Willie Gray, 805 in the right lane. Shout out, Deb Price, Beaver Creek, Ohio. Off they go. 26 to a 004. Give the 004 to Willie Gray. Give the win to Willie Gray. 004 and 28 thou over is 32 total. John Blomberg was 26 green and 10 thou over. Ends up 5 thou behind in the loss. Willie Gray moving on. Terry Pease, 1071 the dial, left side. Dean Wentler, 744 the dial, right side in that bright red rear engine dragster. Off they go. 22 to a 71. And on the double breakout, Dean Wentler going to be your winner. 71 and 19 thou under is 5 thou less of a breakout than Terry Pease, who was 22 and 24 thou under, taking 54. Had to take 44 or less. Jason Hopp, the exotic dancer out of Andover, Minnesota, now left side, 746 the dial. 2-second head start he's given to Carl Geib. Geib dialed 946 in the right lane. .006 to a 28. Give the 006 to the driver from Montrose, Minnesota, Carl Geib. 31 over, 006, 37 total. Jason Hopp was 28 green and 24 over, ends up 15 thou behind. Carl Geib moving on. Rick Fuller hopefully got that leak taken care of on that Firebird. 970 the dial. Left side, Lee Vale, 1054 the dial in the Dart in the right lane. Off they go. Has something going. Rick Fuller goes 40 green and is able to coast across the finish line, taking 4 seconds, almost 4.5 second stripe for the win. Mike Simons in the Mustang, left side, 1074. Scott Berghammer, right side, 1053. .30 to a 48. Give the 30 to Berghammer. Give the win to Simons as he is 48, 28 thou over, taking 1 thou. 1 thou. Berghammer was 30 green and 47 thou over. again, leaves him 1 thou behind. Dave Hagberg, 1058 the dial left side. John Lang, 1083 the dial in the right. Off they go, 17 to a 52. Give the 17 to the big purple Mopar. Give the win to Dave Hagberg. 17 and 49 thou over. Gets there 20 thou. As Lang was 52 green and 34 thou over for the loss. Jake Lesnick, 1045 left side. Joe Lindberg, 977 right side. Give the advantage to Joe Lindberg. Give the finish line advantage to Joe Lindberg as Jake Lesnick's car can't run close to the dial. 4/10 off. Lindberg was 12 green. Takes 61. Almost 4/10 off the dial, but taking the win, Joe Lindberg. Chris Anfang, 939 left side. Dave Schmidt, 844 in the right lane. Give the advantage to Dave Schmidt. Give the win to Dave Schmidt. He's a 10th over his dial. Gets there by 66 thou. Ampang was 49 green and over a 10th off his dial. Something not working well there for Chris Ampang. Aaron Milton, 912 the dial, left side. Jay James, 939 in the right. I'll take Junior Street. Junior Street, come right on. 3 and 4. 10 to a 15, anybody's race. Junior Street, 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, you can start making your way up. Street Eliminator, you're on high alert. And taking the win, Jay James, 10 green, 10 thou over. Left Aaron Milton only 5 thou to work with as he was 15 green, but he runs 64 over the dial, ends up 59 thou behind. Jay James moving on. Nathan Carlson, 1017 left side. Gary Woody, 1005 in the right. Gary Woody goes 31 red. Carlson, 33 green for the win on the 1017. Goes 38 thou. Woody runs it on down and breaks it out 7 thou after being 31 thou to the red on the starting line. Gary Sandmeyer, 951 left side. Cameron Belisle, Cam, dialed 988 in the right lane in the motorcycle or on the motorcycle. Nice wheel stand by Sandmeyer. 18 to a 122. Give the 18 to Sandmeyer. And on the double breakout, give the win to Sandmeyer. He breaks it out 10 thou as Belisle breaks it out 15 thou. Chasing him through, being a 10th behind. Sandmeyer moving on. Jim Remington, 871 left side. Christopher Takis, 1034 in the right. Another Canada versus USA matchup right here. Remington 009. Takis 11th thou behind, but pulls it out at the end as he's 39th thou over, taken 53th thou. Remington 009 and a 10th off the dial, giving the win to Christopher Takis. I think that puts Canada ahead 3-1. Let's go, Team USA. This is King of the Hill round 2. Sean Winbridge left side, Corey Wamoff in the right. Corey Wamoff has a reaction time advantage, but on the breakout, he will lose this race. Sean Winrich, 60 green, 18 thou over, taking the win as he is 81 thou behind. Corey Wamoff was 35 green, 38 thou under. Had to take 40 thou or less to make that work. Mike Bauman in the 09 Pontiac G8 in the left lane. 1171 the dial, getting chased by Tom Cetera. Cetera goes 30 red, hands the win over to Bauman. And this is the time when 2 cars go down, only 1 car comes back. Buybacks are done after this round. Bauman runs down the track, breaks it out by a bunch, but he is moving on by virtue of the red light by Tom Cetera. Brent Henry now 1081 the dial, left side. Tony Hager 1063 the dial in the right. Todd Thomas in control, and he'll take the win. 43 green, 2 tenths over, still taking 2 tenths as Henry was way off on the reaction time, but only 100th off on the dial-in. Todd Thomas moving on. Don Ritt, 1270, left side. Joe Lisden, 1003 in the right. This is King of the Hill, round 2, coming at you. We'll drop the ones off the reaction time and say it was a 38 to a 04. Your winner, Don Ritt, on the double breakout, breaks it out by only 12 thou. Joe Leisden breaks it out by 39 thou, taking 71 thou. Could have taken 30 thou for the win, didn't. Don Ritt moving on. Dalton Aarons, left side, 1186. Chris Kennedy, 1005 in the right. Off they go. Six thou separate them. Chris Kennedy had the better reaction time. He turns it into a win in the right lane. He goes 75 and 44 thou over, taking 76 thou for the win. Dalton Aarons was 81 green and over a tenth off the dial to finish 3/4 of a tenth behind. Will Hale, left side, 10-15. Carl Wamoff, 11-48 in the right. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to Will Hale. He turns it into a win. He's 12 green and almost 900ths over the dial, taking 900ths. Wamhoff missed the tree, ran 32 thou over again for second place. Tim Kunshier, 960 the dial, left side. Jacob Schaefer, 1001 in the right. Off they go, reaction time advantage this time in favor of Tim Kunshier. He'll turn it into a win. He's 91 green and 400ths over, gets there by 100th and a half. Schaefer missed the tree, ran closer to the dial, but not good enough. Tardy reaction time puts him in second place. Tiffany Badur, 11:23. Left side, Kirk Harum, 10:18 in the right. Street Eliminator will take you. Come right on, Street Eliminator, 1 and 2, please. 34 to a 191. Give the 34 to Tiffany Badur. Give the win to Tiffany as she is 34 dead 4. Gets there by 2/10. Harum was very tardy, and 49 thou over the dial. Carl Wamhoff now, 11:20 left side. Morgan McDonough, 10:18 right side. Junior dragsters, you should be making your way up to the starting line, or up to the staging lanes, sorry. Morgan McDonough in complete control. He'll take the win. 001 green and almost a tenth and a half off the dial, still taking 30 thou, well, 28 thou. Kurt Wamoff, very tardy, 34 thou over, puts him in second place. Jack Weiler, 967. Left side, Dallas Hansen, 959 in the right. Jack Weiler in complete control. He'll take the win. He goes 005, dead 5, taking 14 thou. Dallas Hansen missed it by a ton and then broke out by a ton. Made it look close, but it really wasn't. Jack Weiler, 10 total for the win. Dan Crownhart, 975, left side. Chris Schwartz, 1256, right side. Chris Schwartz lets it go, trip, zip, perfect. On the 1256, he's going to run a 1256 with a 4 total, as Dan Crownhart was 10 red and 11 thou over. for the loss. Chris Schwartz, 4 total. Trip, zip, dead 4, taking the win. Ashley Velour, 1085, left side. Patrick St. George, 1020 in the right. Patrick St. George taking the win. He's 11 green. 2.5 tenths over the dial, still gets there by 41 thou as Ashley missed it on the tree and missed it on the dial-in, running a 10th over. Patrick St. George, right side, your winner. Tony Nelson, left side, 11:59. Dave Adams, 10:99 in the right. And Dave Adams, let's go, 46 red. Oh boy. Tony Nelson, 94 green. They both run them on down the track. Dave Adams, dead on with a 4. That's what happens when you go red, you go dead on. Tony Nelson, 94 green and 6 thou under for the win. Joel Frisch, 10:05 the dial, left side. John Takis, 11:27 in the right, in another Canada versus USA battle. Joel Frisch hands the win over to John Takis. Takis, 31 green. And 33 thou over. Again, Canada taking that one. I think that puts Canada up 4-1. Team USA falling behind. Darren Anderson taking the bye run. Let's go. 77 green. We'll see what he does on that 1091 dial. 45 thou over. Moving on to round 3. Junior Street coming at you right now. Junior Street going to be followed by Street Eliminator. Look at Street Eliminator. You guys are great getting back into the staging lanes. I appreciate it so much. Never have to keep an eye on you guys. Logan Summers taking the win. Trip, zip, perfect. Woo, another perfect reaction time. Logan Summers getting it done on the 986, goes 990 with a 141 thou package. Had Jocelyn locked out. She was 131 green. Had no chance. Next pair, Claire McDonough, left side, 1101. Lily Hansen, 922 in the right. Off they go. This is Junior Street. And off they go. Claire McDonough, your winner, 77 green, 43 thou over. Do the number, that's like a 120 package. That had Lily locked out. Lily let go, 126. Runs 38 thou over, ends up 80 thou behind. Tyler Burkholder, 1020 left side in the Mustang. Ellie Lindbergh, 909 in the VW in the right lane. Off they go. Tyler Burkholder goes 50 green, had 12 thou advantage, runs on down the track and breaks it out by a mile. Taking a country mile. Ellie Lindbergh, 62 green, 800ths over for the win. Burkholder broke it out almost 8 tenths. 6 tenths, I'm sorry, almost 6 tenths. Skylar Bremer taking the bye this round. 10.09 the dial in that left-hand lane. Goes 83 green. Let's see what happens on that 10.09 dial. Goes 23 thou over, pretty tidy. Moving on. This is Street Eliminator coming at you right now. Samantha Schultz, left side, 12:27. Trent Barnhart, 14:25, right side. Off they go. A very significant reaction time advantage going to the left lane. Samantha Schultz was 005 green, breaks it out 12 thou. Getting there by a quarter second. Trent Barnhart catches a break, goes 207 on the tree, runs 35 thou over, but by virtue of the breakout by Schultz, moving on is Barnhart. Jamie Ketting, 13:42. Left side, Buck Smith, 13:59 in the right. Buck Smith moving on. 27 green is good enough. Ketting goes 13 red, hands the win over. Both drivers run it on through and break it out. Ketting by a ton. Marvin Welsh, left side, 12:77 the dial. Corey Hansen, 12:46 the dial. The Impala SS in the right lane. Marvin Welsh in control. Marvin Welsh with the win. 113 green and 58 thou over leaves him 48 thou ahead, as the professional Cuddler was 204 green and 15 thou over in the loss. Here comes Cougar. Cougar dialed 1199 in that left lane. Don Rexted, 1888 in the right lane. Cougar is going to be advancing. He goes 259 green. Or she. I shouldn't say it. No, it's he. I know that much. Rexted goes a lot red. Hands the win over. Tristan Zimmerman, left side, 14:06 the dial. Nathan Johnston, 13:12 in the right lane. Just to note, we had another $100 put towards the Junior Street winner today, and that is the Slutton family. Slutton family putting up an extra $100 towards the Junior Street winner today. We thank you for that. Nathan Johnston taking the win. Oh, I'm sorry, Tristan Zimmerman taking the win. 106 green. And a bunch over the dial, still gets there by 2.5 tenths, as Nathan Johnston was 81 green, had the better reaction time, but runs 3 tenths off the dial, can't get there. Tristan Zimmerman moving on in the Vega, left side. Michael Mazunski, 12:46, left side in the Camaro. Tim Merrick, 16:45 the dial in the 14 Town and Country. something must have happened and broken the Hurst Olds. Tim Merrick in trouble. Late on the tree and under on the dial, no good. Michael Mazunski, 34 green, 41 thou over. Still gets there by 26 thou. Michael moving on. Brandon Crownhart, 1370, left side. Joe Badur, 1296, right side. Brandon Crownhart goes 12 thou red. Joe Badur goes 66 green. Joe is moving on, goes dead on, 1296 with a 7 on that 1296 dial. John Koobs, 1195 in the Mustang, left side. Betty Connor, 1564, right side. Off they go, pair of green lights. $41 thou advantage goes to Betty Connor, but she can't convert, as Koobs is 65 green, 800ths over the dial, gets there by 2/10. Betty Connor was 24 green and 3/10 off the dial. Jay Gray, 1330 the dial, left side. Mark Connor, 1150, right side. Mark Connor goes 230 red in that right lane, handing the win over to Jay Gray. Jay Gray goes 42 green and a bunch over the dial, but he is your winner by virtue of the red light. We will take Pro ET will take you to 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Pro ET, come right on. That was Street Eliminator, right? Yeah. Alex Schultz taking the bye in Street Eliminator. 1155 the dial in that left lane. Let's go 49 green. Pro ET, come right on. 1, 2, 3, and 4, Pro ET. Bike sled, 7 and 8, bike sled. We got junior dragsters in the lanes right now. On the 1155 dial, Schultz goes 1165, a 10th over, but is your winner. This is Junior Dragster Minor. Brooklyn Hop, right side. Dialed heads up with Michaela Velour, left side. This, I think, is a final round. If not, I'll let you know. But we'll play it up like it's a final round. Anyways. These two gals have squared off before here in junior minor all season long. Off they go. And it doesn't get much closer. 5 thou difference in reaction time. And Brooklyn Hop breaks it out. 31 thou, handed the win over to Michaela Velour, who was 39 thou over, 75 thou behind. Michaela Velour, congratulations on your win in junior minor. Brooklyn, another final round. Chalk it up. This is junior intermediate. Dylan Hansen, left side, dials up 891. Morgan Summers dials up a 902 in the right lane. And Dylan Hansen moving on, 51 green, 27 thou over the dial. Morgan Summers was 23 green, had the better reaction time, but broke it out by 32 thou. Taken 87 thou, had to take 52 thou or less. Again, easier said than done. Certainly sitting here in the tower compared to actually going down the track at 72 miles an hour. Keegan Millage, left side, 946. Peyton Bremer, 908 in the right lane. And Peyton Bremer is going to be your winner. 33 green is good enough as Keegan goes 105 red in that left lane. Hands the win over to Peyton. Peyton runs it out to go 35 under as Keegan runs it out to go only 16 thou over. But by virtue of the red light, Peyton Bremer moving on right side. Jaden Heem taking the bye run in junior intermediate. Dials up at 893 in that left lane. Awesome helmet Jaden has on right there. Stars and Stripes, gotta love it. Jaden, let's go. 51 green. Wide open all the way down the track, runs 600ths over, coming back for round 3 of junior intermediate. And I think with that, we're moving into junior advanced. And we are. Logan Summers, left side, dials up 847. Claire McDonough, 790, right side. Claire with a very wild paint scheme on her helmet. Double red light. Start not in effect. Claire McDonough goes 2 thou red. Logan Summers 18 thou red. Claire was the faster of the two cars. Moving on by virtue of the double red light. First is worst, and that was Logan Summers. He was first and he was worst. Thomas Conan, 790. The dial heads up with Skylar Bremer. Off they go this time. Thomas Conan goes 009 red. Skylar Bremer going to take the win. 26 green, 49 thou under. Conan 9 red, 17 thou over in the loss. next pair, right side, Ellie Lindberg, dials 790, excuse me. Madison Delmonico dials 792 in the left lane. Separate him at the hit. Ellie Lindberg in control. Ellie takes the win. 34 green, 38 thou over. Madison was 51 green and way off the dial. Ellie takes the win. Moving on there. I think this might be our last pair of junior advanced. Sophia Podvin, left side, 808 the dial. Autumn Sullivan, 796 in the right. Both drivers are in and stage. Tree comes down and off they go. Sophia goes 85 red, hands the win over to Autumn. Autumn 162 green and runs 14 thou over the dial. Sophia, after going 85 red, went almost a, holy cow, a 10th under. Well, 99 thou under. Wow. Autumn Sullivan moving on. That was our last pair of junior dragsters. So we're going to do a little maintenance on the starting line, get things up to snuff before we send out our pro eliminator cars. Bike sled, you should be making your way into 7 and 8. High school, you are on medium alert. And way back in low alert for now is Super Pro. This is round 2. Pro ET. Mike Bauman left side, 1168 to dial. Big block Sean Anderson, 10 flat to dial right side. Off they go. 45 to a 55. Give the 45 to Mike Bauman. He's 45, 11th thou over. Gave Sean 1 thou window to work with. Sean was 55 green. Had to go 10 flat with a 1 for a wish, 10 flat with a 0 to win. Goes 10-01 with a 9 to end up 18 thou behind. Mike Bauman moving on. Kevin Sand, 896, left side. Darcy McCormick, 1010 in the right. Darcy goes 004 red. Kevin Sand was right there, 003 green on the 896, goes 99 with a 3. 36 total for the win. Darcy McCormick, after going 4 red, goes almost a 10th and a half over. Dalton Johnson, 1005, left side. Terry Peterson, 1075, right side. Terry Peterson in control. If he doesn't break out, he's going to win. And he doesn't break out, and he does win, as Dalton Johnson could not find any grip on the starting line and just coast down the track. Was hoping Terry Peterson would break out, but Terry caught it. Ran a 10th over for the win. John Plackey, that Dodge Dakota. Left side, 1102. Dave Schmidt, 844, right side. John Plackey goes 7th thou red, hands the win over to Schmidt. Schmidt 21 green and 51 thou over. John Blomberg, 10-11, left side. Eric Miller, 10-01, right side. John Blomberg goes 11 red, hands the win over to Miller. Miller, 13 green in that Corvette, right side. Runs it out to go dead on with a 1. Dead on with a 1, 21 total, not a bad run. Blomberg also runs it out and goes dead on with a 4 after being 11 red. Mel Knott, 959. Left side in the 48 Pontiac Silver Streak. Jeff Serene, 930, the 85 Suzuki in the right lane. $14 to a 9. Give the 9 to Jeff Serene. Give the win to Mel Knott. 14 dead 5, 19 total. Great pass there. Jeff Serene had the makings of a great pass. He's 9 green, 4 thou under, taking 14 thou. Simple math says he needed to take 10 thou or less. Todd Nordnow, 1037, left side. Christopher Takis, 1037. Heads up. Canada versus USA. Takis representing Canada in the right lane. Off they go. 23 to a 40. Give the 23 to Takis and a few whomps on the throttle. They both go 10:40, but the better reaction time gets him in front. Christopher Takis moving on. Canada scores another point. Dials 11:05, Chris Kennedy 10:06 in the right lane. Reaction time advantage goes to Sean Winrich by only 2 thou, but he turns it into a win as Kennedy can't run the number and ends up 3/10 behind. Sean Winrich, your winner. Pat Haubricht, 834 left side. Joe Lindbergh, 978 in the right. Lindbergh goes 16 red, hands the win over to Haubricht. Haubricht missed it again. Very uncharacteristic for Haubricht to miss the tree twice. He's 96 green and 29 thou over, but he is moving on to the next round. Dave Hamilton, 971 left side. Randy Trotter, 1007 right side. Off they go, 2 and 11. 9 thou advantage went to Randy Trotter, but he breaks it out 17 thou, taking 62 thou. Needed to take 45 thou or less, which would have been about a fender instead of a fender and a little bit more. Dave Hamilton goes 11 green, 36 thou over for the win. Tim Kunshir, 964 left side. Paul Nowak, 1048 right side. Paul Nowak goes red, hands the win over to Kunshir. Kunshir 009 green and 89 over for the win. Tony Meyer left side, 1073. Carl Geib right side, 948. Off they go. Separated by only 5 thou. On down the track they go. Tony Meyer breaks it out, 15 thou taken, 27 thou. Had to take 12 thou or less. Carl Geib, your winner, 37 green, 18 thou over, even though he was 27 thou behind. By virtue of the breakout, Meyer hands the win back over to Geib. Jenny Heeb, left side, 1150. Chad Miffick, 882 right side. Mythic in control, has 57 thou in his back pocket and turns it into a win, running 58 thou over. Gets there by over a tenth for the win. Heeb was 140 green and a tenth off the dial. Nathan Carlson, left side, 1021. Bob Hager, 1016. That beautiful Anglia in the right lane. Carlson goes 19 red. Hager, 55 green. That's good enough for the win. Hager runs it on down as 1016 dial lets out, coasts across the finish line, saving parts for the next round. Carlson runs 24 thou over after being 19 thou red. Phil Johnson 1108 left side. Pat Kelly 999 right side. $25 thou advantage at the starting line going to Pat Kelly, but he gets behind Phil Johnson, 51 green, dead 1. That's good enough to be 23 thou ahead for the win. Pat Kelly fell off almost 500ths to get behind for the loss. Dusty Winrich, 10-12 left side. Joe Lisden, 10-01 right side. Very large reaction time advantage going to Dusty Winrich. He'll take the win. He is trip, zip, perfect. 88 hundredths over, and it's still over a tenth ahead. Lisden missed it on the tree, runs it out to be 34 over. Again, when you add it all up, he's over a tenth behind for the loss. Brandon Winrich, 1139 left side. Jake Hansen, 951 right side. High School will take you back. High School, I see you're back. Thanks, High School. Super Pro, you're on high alert now. Super Pro, you are on high alert. Winrich goes 69 red. Hansen, very, very, very green. But he is moving on. You see the big W on the scoreboard. That's all that matters. Runs way over the dial to boot. But good enough to move on to round 3. Mike Simons left side, 1074. Joel Frisch, 1013 right side. Off they go, separated by only 7 thou. Mike Simons takes the win. He's 59 green, 32 thou over, as Joel Frisch was 66 green and 34 thou under, taking 61 thou. Boy, the math is tough for me today. Needed to take 28 thou or less, 27 thou or less to make that work. Dan Hartfield, left side, 1063. Morgan McDonough, 1020 in the right. Dan Hartfield goes 3 stinking thou red, hands the win over to Morgan. Morgan lets go 81 green, and that's good enough for the win. Morgan runs it on down to break it out 2 thou. Hartfield, of course, after going 3 thou red, runs dead on with a 2. Dead on with a 2. Next pair out, Rick Fuller, 969 left side. Chris Ampang, 940 in the right. Rick Fuller tattooed Ampang on the tree, and he'll take the win. He is 14 dead 4, 28 total. Locked out Ampang. Ampang was 77 green and 19 thou over. Ends up 70 thou behind, or a little more than half a car. Next pair, Gene Milton, left side, 1025. Bruce Van Straten, 962, in the 2010 Camaro in the right lane. In Gene Milton goes 38 red. Van Stratton 37 green. Good enough for the win. Van Stratton runs it out to be 10 thou under. Gene runs it out to be 30 thou over. Darren Eide, left side, 986. Dave Elliott, 911. Right side. Move 'em on up, please. Thank you. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro will take you to 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro, this is your call to staging for round 2. Super Pro, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Darren Eide in complete control. He'll take the win. 13 goes 58 thou over, still gets there by 81 thou. Elliott missed the tree, runs 18 thou over, again to end up 81 thou behind. Eide moving on to round 3. Tony Frank, 973, left side. Gary Woody, 1004 in the right. Gary Woody has a 10th to work with and uses it all. Holy moly. He is 43 dead 7, taking 86 thou, as Tony Frank was 144 green and 8 thou under on the loss. Dale Hildreth, left side, 897. Jason Weiler, right side, 1024. Super Pro will take you. Super Pro, we will take you. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro, come right on. King of the Hill, that puts you on medium alert. Off they go. Weiler goes 23 red, hands the win to Hildreth. Hildreth 53 green. He's thankful that Jason went red. Runs it out the back door to go 13 thou under. Jason Weiler runs it out the back door to go 20 thou under. Tiffany Badur, 1122, left side, 1002. In the right lane is Jeff Nowak. Off they go. Reaction time advantage goes to Nowak. Finish line advantage goes to Tiffany. Tiffany is 61 dead 7, 67 total. Nowak let go 17. Had to run 10:07 for the win, runs 10:10, and gets 30 thou behind for the loss. Gary Sandmeyer, 949, left side. Tom Satera, 1112 in the right. Super Pro, come right on, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro, come right on. Pair of green lights, 21 thou advantage going to Satera. He'll turn it into a win. 41 dead 9, 50 total locked out. Sandmeyer. Sandmeyer was 62 green. 10 thou over, ends up 22 thou behind at the finish line to be in second place in that round. Corey Miron, 847, left side in the dragster. John Marslick, 1033, right side. Mopar versus Mopar, small block versus big block. Although Marslick has a very large small block. Pair of green lights. 006 to a 60. Give the 006 to John Marslick. Give the win to John Marslick. 006 dead 9. 15 total locked out. Mirren. Mirren was 60 green, 23 thou over. Leaves him 68 thou behind at the finish line. Marslick moving on. Aaron Milton, 914 left side. Joe Badur, 1296 right side. Off they go. Aaron Milton has 80 thou in his back pocket, and he turns that into a win. He is 94. 48 thou over, gets there 80 thou. Joe Badur missed it, 176 green, and also runs 46 thou over to be in second place. Jack Weiler, I think, is our wait and see by car for that round. He is dialed 1167. In the left lane, Tim Harris dialed 1261 in the right, and I believe this is our final pair of Pro ET round 2 coming at you. Off they go. Pair of green lights. Big reaction time advantage. Going to Jack Weiler. He'll take the win. 002. 84 over, taking 51 as Tim Harris was 58 green and 79 over the dial. Bike sled coming at you right now, round 2. Jim Remington left side, 881. Robin Williams, 980 in the right lane. This is another Canada versus USA matchup. I missed these earlier. Sorry about that. Canada's probably way ahead by now. They already were way ahead. They might have shut out USA this day here at Rock Falls Raceway. Robin Williams with the reaction time advantage breaks it out 700ths, taking a tenth, almost 2 tenths. If he'd have taken 1/10, he'd be your winner. He didn't. Jim Remington, the receiver of that gift, goes 152 green, runs 17 thou over. Again, he's 2 tenths behind. But Robin Williams broke it out, giving the win away. Jason Clampett, left side, 926. Nate Bremer, 912, right side. Sounds like Clampett having trouble shifting the motorcycle, and he is in trouble. Handing the win over to Nate Bremer. Bremer was 61 green and coasts across the finish line, taking a second win stripe as Clampett's bike would not make the shift. Yeah, I did miss it. Austin Williams, also out of Ontario, in the left lane. Another Canada versus USA matchup. Steph Summers, right side, dial 1219 in the Arctic Cat. Reaction time advantage going to Austin Williams, and Canada taking another win over the USA. 55 and 48 over is locked out Steph Summers. Steph was 127 green, could not win, ends up 90 thou behind for the loss. Cam Bellisle, left side, 948. Jeff Serene, right side, 930. Off they go, 16 to a 72, give the 16 to Jeff Serene, give the win to Jeff Serene as he is 15 thou over, taking 3/10. Cam Bellisle having more trouble getting down the track. Jocelyn Millage, left side. Joe Lindbergh, right side. 1477 in the left, 1490 in the right. On down the track they go. It's Mopar versus VW. Give the win to the Mopar. 53 green and 28 thou over is, or 21 thou over is good enough. Or I should say 2/10 over is good enough for the win. Joe Lindbergh was 209 green and took 3/10 at the stripe to break it out by a ton. Jocelyn Millage, your winner. Congratulations, Jocelyn. You are today's high school champion. Congratulations, Joe, for making it to a final round. This is Super Pro round 2. King of the Hill, you are on high alert. King of the Hill, you are on high alert, I say. Mike LaChapelle, left side, 778. Sean Anderson, 10 flat, right side. Pair of tremendous lights. The win goes to Sean Anderson. He's 003, 12 thou over, 15 total. LaChapelle was right there, 009, breaks it out, 1 thou, taking 7 thou, needed to take 6 thou or less. Sean Anderson moving on. Craig Schultz, 794, left side. Ron Sullivan, 827, right side. $26 to a 39. Give the 26 to Craig Schultz. Give the win to Ron Sullivan. 39 and 500ths over. 70 thou behind as Craig Schultz was 26 green, taking 70 thou to be 2 thou under. Needed to take 68 thou or less. Sullivan moving on, right side. Jason Hopp, 747. Left side, Carl Geib, 948. Right side, I think these two tangled earlier. Must have been in round 1. Geib came out on the better end of that deal. Hop bought back and vengefully wanted to race Carl Geib again. The exotic dancer playing with fire. Off they go. 23 thou advantage going to the Monza out of Montrose, and Carl single-handedly wipes out Jason Hopp. Jason Hopp going to have to be doing some extra exotic dancing after today, and he probably won't be messing with Carl Geib anytime soon. Carl, 10 green and 13 thou over, locked out Hopp, who was 33 green. Mike Humans, 1080 left side. Chad Mippick, 882 right side. Humans goes 53 red, handing the win over to Miffick. Miffick 24 green, 25 thou over, moving on. Richie Summers, 801 left side. Tom Podvin, 909 in the right lane. This is what makes the Ford fans cry. Ford powered rear engine dragster, left side. Ford Mustang, right side. Six thou separate him at the hit, the advantage going to the Ford-powered dragster, but Richie Summers breaks it out 1 thou, taking 17 thou, needed to take 16 thou or less. Tom Potvin goes 24 green, 10 thou over for the win. Pat Haubrick, 834, left side. Chrissy Gonser, 830, right side. Chrissy Gonser goes 20 red. Pat Haubrick finds a tree after missing it a couple rounds. 005, 16 thou over, 21 thou total. Pat Haubrick rights the ship and moves on to round 3. Next pair, Connor Smisick. Left side, 948, Scott Berghammer, 1052. Right side, Berghammer with a unique throttle stop setup. Getting it done, though. He's 004 and 49 thou over, gets behind 44 thou, as Connor Smisick was 28 green and 19 thou under, taken 44 thou, needed to take 25 thou or less. Broke it out, Scott Berghammer moving on. Kevin Sand, 899 left side, Jay James, 939 right side. Off they go. 007 for Jay James, but he can't convert. He breaks it out. 14 thou. I'm sorry, my math is off. He breaks it out a bunch on the double breakout. He breaks it out by 25 thou more than Kevin Sand. Sand broke it out 39 thou. Sand moving on. Todd Reinschmidt, 963 left side. Dan Kike, 740 right side. Reinschmidt goes 17 red, Kike 34 green. That's good enough for the win. Kike runs it out to be 14 thou under. Reinschmidt runs it out to go 34 thou over, but the red light, the deciding factor in that round. Nathan Carlson, left side. Willie Gray, right side, 806 for Willie Gray, 1023 for Nathan in the Nova. Will advance. He is 10 green. Nathan Carlson 20 red. Willie runs it through to go 21 thou over. Nathan runs it through to go 22 thou under. So he's red and under. Not going to win many of those. Willie Gray moving on. Right side. Mike Simons 1077 left side. Warren Davies 785 in the right. King of the Hill, come right on. King of the Hill, lanes 1 and 2, please. King of the Hill, 1 and 2. Pair of green lights, 27 to a 40. Give the 27 to Mike Simons. Give the win to Warren Davies on the double breakout. Davies breaks it out 5 thou. As Simons breaks it out 23 thou. Simons with the better light, but took 31, had to take 8 thou or less. Very hard to do when the car behind you was going 173 miles an hour. Dale Hildreth, 896 left side. Paul Launderville, 755 right side. Launderville goes 57 red, hands the win over to Hildreth. Hildreth 25 green. Lets out to coast across the finish line, being over a 10th off his dial. Rick Fuller now left side, 968 in the Firebird. Dean Wentler, 743 in the Dragster in the right lane. We are nearing the end of round 2 of competition. I shouldn't say we're nearing the end. We still got a bunch of cars to go. King of the Hill. King of the Hill will take you to 1 and 2. King of the Hill 1 and 2, please. Rick Fuller, your winner, 21 green is good enough as Wentler goes 19 red. Wentler runs it out to go 10th thou under. Fuller runs it out to go 16th thou under. Fuller, your winner, left side. Don Kritzky, left side, 720. Dave Schmidt, 844 in the right. Off they go. Schmidt goes 6th thou red, hands the win to Kritzky. Kritzky 28 green and dead on with a 1. Schmidt lets out, goes across the finish line. I hope, because he's 2/10 over his dial. Dalton Johnson left side, 1005. Joe Lindbergh, 978. Right side. $16 to a 25. Give the 16 to Joe Lindbergh. He turns that into a win. 16 dead 6, 22 total locked out. Johnson was 25 green, 21 thou over, leaves him 24 thou behind and in second place. John Lang, 1086. Left side. Lee Burkholder, 761. Right side. Lang misses a tree. Burkholder going to take this one. He's 45 green, 27 thou over, gets there by over a 10th and a half. Lang was 260 green and 20 thou under for the loss. Dusty Winrich, 1012. Left side, Mark Hawes, 870 in the right lane. Off they go. Hawes goes 3 thou red, hands the win over to Winrich. Winrich, 19 green, runs it through to be dead on with a 3, 22 total for Dusty Winrich that round. Hawes again, 3 thou red. and 56 thou under. Brandon Winrich, 1142 left side. Chris Anfang, 940 right side. Anfang goes 33 red, Winrich 78 green. 32 thou under, Anfang 27 thou under. But the red light making Brandon Winrich the winner as Anfang was red. Phil Johnson, 1108 left side. Bruce Van Straten, 960 right side. Two thou separate him at the hit. Give the advantage to Bruce Van Straten. Give the win to Phil Johnson. Phil is 37 green. 38 thou over, getting there by 7 thou. As Van Straten was 35 green and 47 thou over. Again, 7 thou behind for the loss. Dan Krennic, left side, 967, goes a lot red. Hands the win over to Jason Weiler. Weiler was 15 green in the right lane. Dial 1022 goes 1025 with an 8. As Krennic lets out and coasts across the finish line. Terry Pease, Terry Pease dialed 1069 left side. Jack Weiler dialed 967 in the right lane. Jack trips the light. 003 red. He'll be disappointed as Terry Pease was very green, 78 green. Pease runs it or lets out, coasts across the finish line. Weiler runs it out to go 69 with an 8 on the 67. Terry Pease moving on by virtue of the red light. Dave Hagberg, 1059 left side. Pat Kelly, 1005 right side. Off they go. $36 thou advantage going to Dave Hagberg. He'll turn that into a win. 39 green, 50 thou over. Gets 20 thou behind as Pat Kelly was 75 green, 6 thou under. Needed to take 16 thou or less, I should say 14 thou or less to turn that into a win. Hagberg moving on. Aaron Milton, 914 left side. Gary Woody, 1004 right side. Double O, drivers separated by 1 thou. Win goes to Aaron Milton, 008, 38 thou over, taking 13 thou. Gary Woody was 007, 37 thou over, again 13 thou behind. Sorry, Gary Woody in re-additioning here was 67 thou over. 57 thou. I'll get it. Give me enough time. I'll add it up. Gary Sandmeyer, 950 left side. Christopher Takis, 1036 in the right. Another Canada versus USA matchup. thou advantage going to Team Canada. Christopher Takas putting another notch on the board for Team Canada. Sandemeyer was 47 green, 20 thou behind at the hit, and breaks it out 8 thou. Taking 7th thou, was locked out, could not win that one. Will take you. Junior Dragster will take you. Street Eliminator, you are on high alert. And it looks like I have room for you, Street Eliminator. Come right on. And this is King of the Hill, round 3, coming at you. Street Eliminator, come right on, lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street will take you to 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, come right on. 7 and 8 for Junior Dragster. Sean Winrich taking the win there. 73 green is good enough as Patrick St. George goes 10 red. Patrick St. George lets out, coasts across the finish line. Sean Winrich runs it out to go 38 thou over, but he is moving on. Mike Bauman. $11.68 left side. Morgan McDonough, 10.20 in the right. Bauman goes 38 red. 38 red. Morgan McDonough, 36 green. Good enough for the win. Morgan moving on. Breaks it out 9 thou, but doesn't matter. Tiffany Badur, 11.22 left side. Chris Kennedy, 10.06 right side. Street Eliminator, come right on, lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator, come right on, lanes 1 and 2. Off they go. No advantage on the starting line. Identical 26 reaction times. Running closer to the dial. Taken over a 10th. Tiffany Badur, 11.28 with a 4 on the 11.22. 64 thou over. As Chris Kennedy can't run the number. Tiffany Badur moving on. Brent Henry, 10.81 left side. Todd Thomas, 10.63 right side. Todd Thomas has a lot to work with, but he can't get it done as Brent Henry is 199 green, dead on with a 5, a 204 package, gets there by 30 thou over Todd Thomas, who is 69 green, had almost a 10th and a half to work with, but runs a 10th and 300ths over, again ends up 300ths behind. Brent Henry moving on. Tim Conchier, 970. Left side, Don Ritt, 1270. Right side. Off they go. Tim Kinshire in complete control, 144 green, is 3 times better than Don Ritt. Ritt's reaction time started with a 5, runs 700s over, but is a no match for Kinshire. Kinshire, 144 green, 4/10 over. Holy cow, takes 33 for the win. Will Hale, 10-15, left side. John Takis, 11-30, right side. Another Canada versus USA matchup. Canada has this all but locked up at this point. And they get another one. John Takis, 11 green, stellar light. Will Hale, 33 red. This is Canada's day. John Takis runs it on down, breaks it out, 8 thou. Coming back for round 4. Tony Nelson, 11:58, left side. Darren Anderson, 11:11, right side. Darren Anderson in control. Darren Anderson with the win. 46 green, 77 thou over. Gets there 64 thou as Nelson missed the tree and was 5 hundredths over the dial. Like I say, ends up 64 thou behind. Jack Weiler, 12:54. Left side dialed heads up against Chris Schwartz. Schwartz also 12:54. Weiler matching dial-ins. Obviously, we know the car goes 960s. Two thou advantage goes to Chris Schwartz on the hit, 77 to a 79. Jack Weiler wheels him all the way down. Goes 12:55 on the 12:54 dial, gets there by 9 thou. Chris Schwartz was 77 and 29 thou over. Again, ends up 9 thou behind. As Jack Weiler showing he can wheel race. Skylar Bremer, 10-10 the dial. This is Junior Street. Street Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Junior Dragster, you should be in the lanes. 57 to a 46. Give the 46 to Ellie Lindberg. Give the win to Ellie Lindberg. She's 46 and 11 thou over. Skylar Bremer was 57, had to run dead zero for the win. Ran 59 thou over to end up 59 thou behind for the loss. Ellie moving on. Claire McDonough, 11:01 left side. Logan Summers, 986 right side. Another pair of green lights. Reaction time advantage went to Logan Summers this time, and the finish line advantage went to Logan Summers. 46 and 43 thou over is 16 thou better than Claire McDonough. Claire was 66 green and 39 thou over for the loss. Alex Schultz, right side, 11:55 the dial. Going to be chasing Cougar. Cougar dialed 1197 in the left lane. Reaction time advantage going to the GTO, but breaks it out a bunch, taken a bunch. Alex Schultz, your winner, 258 green, 28 thou over. Alex Schultz moving on. I think this is the final pair of street eliminator. Marvin Welsh, left side, 1279. Trent Barnhart, 1425 in the right. Oh, I'm sorry, we made the switch. I missed it. We made the switch to street eliminator. Pro ET, Pro ET, Pro ET. I will take you back to lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2 only, Pro ET. I'll take you back to 1 and 2, Pro ET. Just 1 and 2, Pro ET. We can fit y'all in 2 lanes now, so we're going to do that. We are in street eliminator. Trent Barnhart taking the win in that last pair, had a big reaction time advantage, turns it into a win. Jay Gray now left side. Michael Mazunski taking the win in the right lane as he is green and Jay Gray is red. Left side, John Kubis. 1195 the dial in the Mustang. Tristan Zimmerman, 1406 the dial in the Vega. Tristan has the reaction time advantage and turns it into a win. 72 green. 14 thou over, locks out Kubis. Kubis 102 green, had no chance of winning, is 32 over, ends up 48 thou behind. Mathematically cannot win that race. Joe Badur, 1301, left side. Buck Smith, 1354, right side. Classic Camaro versus Mustang battle on the track right now. And your winner is Buck Smith, 20 green, 46 thou over, locked out Badur. Badur was 78 green and could not get inside of the 66 package that Buck Smith laid down. Badur did break it out to take the stripe by 7 thou, but he broke it out 19 thou and took 7 thou. You can't come up with a combination where he could win that race. And that was it for Street Eliminator. Pro ET 1 and 2, Pro ET 1 and 2. Bike Sled 7 and 8. Super Pro, you are on medium alert. Medium alert, Super Pro. This is Junior Intermediate, Jaden Heem. Left side, 896 the dial, Dylan Hansen, 890 the dial in the right side. In and out of the throttle on the way down. Dylan Hansen had the reaction time advantage. But he gets behind Jaden Heem, 108 green, dead 5, 113 total. Dylan Hansen was 31 green, and had a lot to play with, but ends up getting 25 thou behind for the loss. Jaden Heem moving on. Last car in junior intermediate, Peyton Bremer. Dials up a 908 in the right lane. Going to square off in the final. Next round. I want to say it was Jaden Heem. It's sad, but they just went down the track, and I forgot who went down the track. Anyways, I know they'll both be back for the final round, next round. Peyton Bramer getting a free pass into the final. It's always the best buy to have because it's the last buy. Peyton goes 48 red, but she's moving on. Cars remain in junior advanced. Left side, Autumn Sullivan dials up 796. Claire McDonough 793 in the right. Only 300 separate them. If you watch close enough, you might be able to see who has the better reaction time. And you would have been able to see that Claire moved first, that's for sure. She is 5 red, hands the win over to Autumn. Autumn 81 green, and a bunch over the dial as Claire was 5 red and only 11th thou over. But Autumn Sullivan moving on to the final. She's going to face off against either Ellie Lindberg or Skylar Bremer. Ellie's been on a heater. I want to say she either won twice down in Cedar Falls or was in 2 finals down there. Junior dragster. Picking up Diamond Days checks. That was pretty awesome. Both drivers heads up dial 790. Like I said, Skylar's over here in the right lane. Ellie is in the left. Skylar turns a 12 thou red, hands the win over to Ellie. Ellie going to another final. Runs it out the back door and goes 45 thou over. As Skylar, keeping with the trend, if you go red, you go dead on. He goes dead on with a 2 after going 12 red. Bike sled will take you. Bike sled will take you. We're getting less and less cars in the lanes, so there'll be less time between rounds. We still have a lot of rounds to run, and we don't have a lot of daylight, so we're going to plow through as fast as we can and as safely as we can to try and get down to the final rounds and establish our winners in today's Wisconsin State Championships. So I appreciate you cooperating with us as much as you have so far. But things are going to get a lot tighter, and we're going to keep asking you to come back with less and less time between the rounds. So be prepared. At least it's cool out there. Bike sled will take you. Pro ET is coming to the lanes, so bike sled will take you into the lane 7 and 8 right now. Super Pro, you are on high alert. Super Pro, you are on high alert. In fact, if we get those golf carts out of the lanes, I'm going to take Super Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro staging lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro staging lanes 3 and 4. Come right on. Once again, Super Pro lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro lanes 3 and 4, and I'm probably going to keep y'all there. And it'll be like yesterday's round robin. You'll just win and keep coming back. Same goes for Pro. When you win, you'll keep coming back. Well, no, Pro, I can't do that. I got to call King of the Hill in and Street Eliminator, but we'll figure this out as we go. Keep an ear on the speaker. I'm going to try and keep cars in the lanes, and we'll keep running them as quickly and as safely as we can, trying to reach the end of the day and only have champions left. Tall order for the time we have remaining, but we'll keep trying. Pat Haubrich, left side, 834. Terry Peterson, 1074. In the right lane. Off they go, separated by only 2 thou. Advantage going to the Mopar right side. Win goes to Haubrich in the left lane. 32 and 32 thou over is your winner. Terry Peterson was 30 green and 46 thou over, ends up 12 thou behind. Dave Hamilton, left side, 972. Chad Miffick, 882, right side. Hamilton in control. Hamilton with the win, 27 thou over. Locked out Miffick. Miffick was 64 green. Mathematically ineligible that round. Christopher Takis, 1036. Left side, Eric Miller, 1001 in the right. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage goes to Miller. He's trip zip perfect, and he'll take the win. As Takis was 21 green, 6 thou under, taking 8 thou. Could have taken 2 thou, but that's a tall order. Eric Miller, trip zip perfect, 23 thou over, 23 total for the win. Mel Knott, 959, left side. Tiffany Badur, 1122 in the right. Off they go, and Tiffany goes 96 red, hands the win over to Mel. Mel, 10 green. And on the 959 dial, he goes 958 with a 2. Mel moving on. Rick Fuller, 966 left side. Bruce Van Straten, 962 in the right. 3 thou separate them at the hit. Anybody's race. Side by side. Down the track they go. Bruce Van Straten, your winner. 28, 17 thou over. Taken 8 thou. Rick Fuller was 25 green. 28 thou over. Again, leaves him 8 thou behind at the finish line. Van Straten moving on. Phil Johnson, 11:09 left side. Morgan McDonough, 10:19 in the right. Green lights a pair. Phil Johnson in control. 24 to a 63. Phil breaks it out and hands the win on the double breakout back over to Morgan McDonough. McDonough 63 green, 6 thou under, 54 thou behind. Phil Johnson 24 green, 21 thou under, needed to take 25 thou or less. Sean Winrich, 11:09, left side. Dave Schmidt, 8:44, right side. $23 to a 46. Give the 23 to Dave Schmidt. Give the win to Sean Winrich. 46 dead 9. As Schmidt was 23 and 44 thou over. Leaves him 12 thou behind at the finish. Kevin Sand, 894 left side. Carl Geib, 948 in the right. Off they go. Carl Geib has some work to do. First time he's had a reaction time line disadvantage, and it turns into a loss. Kevin Sand, 22 green, 36 thou over, 23 thou in front of Carl Geib. Geib was 38 green, 16 thou behind to the finish, but the car falls off 43 over for the loss. Kevin Sand moving on. Tim Kunchier, 970. Left side. John Marslick, 1033, right side. And Tim Kunchier moving on. 53 green is better than 54 red, 8 days a week. Marslick goes red and under. Kunchier is green and hopefully lets out at the end to be a 10th over. Bob Hager, 1018, left side. Tom Cetera, 1111 in the right. Waiting on 24 Super Pro cars. I know we got a bunch in Pro that have to circle back around. We got bike sled to run first, but we may have to wait for these other Super Pro cars to come back. In the meantime, I will take King of the Hill. King of the Hill, I'll take you to 1 and 2. King of the Hill, I'll take you to 1 and 2. King of the Hill, 1 and 2, please. As Cetera takes the win in that last pair, he's 46 green, 66 thou over. As Hager goes way red. Darren Idy, 988, left side. Mike Simons, 1074, right side. 12 to a 64. Give the 12 to Eide. Give the win to Eide. He is 12 and 44 thou over. Still gets there 55 thou, a little less than half a car. Moving on, Darren Eide going to round 4, I think. Dale Hildreth, left side. 896 the dial. Gary Woody, 1009 the dial in the right lane. Off they go. Dale Hildreth with a huge reaction time advantage. He's out of the throttle. He's taken the win. 5:53 over after a 56 light, and still had 300s to work with. And to even make it look that close, Gary Woody had to break it out by 73 thou after going 212. Oof. Dusty Winrich, 1012 left side. Jake Hansen, 948 right side. King of the Hill, I'll take you. 8 cars remain for King of the Hill. We're waiting on a bunch of cars to come out of Pro to get into Super Pro, and if King of the Hill gets there first, we'll run you guys before we run Super Pro. 12 to a 78. Give the 12 to Dusty Winrich, and Dusty Winrich breaks it out. On the double breakout, Dusty was 12 green, 12 thou under, taking 75 thou, needed to take 63 thou or less. Jake Hansen, 78 green, 3 thou under on the double breakout. 3 thou under is better than 12 thou under. Jake Hansen moving on. Aaron Milton right side, Mike Bowman left side. 1171 for Bowman. He goes 20 red. Aaron Milton picking up another win on the 917 dial. He goes 93 green and 15 thou under. Jack Weiler going to take the bye this round of Pro. Dials up a 967, and he's moving on. So waiting on 8 cars for King of the Hill. Waiting on about that same amount of cars for Super Pro. Matter of fact, yeah, we are waiting on 8 cars for Super Pro. Waiting on 7 cars for King of the Hill. King of the Hill, if you fill out first, we're going to run you before we take Super Pro to give those Pro cars a chance to cool down a little bit. As we're running out of categories, running out of cars, but we still got a long way to go before we get finished. Jack Weiler turns it loose, goes 5 green, dead 0, lays down 5 total on the bye run. Heck of a pass for Jack Weiler. This is bike sled. Four bikes remain. Semi-final round for bike sled. Austin Williams, left side, 1004 the dial. Nate Bremer, 912 the dial. Another Canada versus USA battle. Canada left side, USA in the right. Canada gets another one. Holy cow, they're almost pitching a shutout. I think they've won all but 2 rounds. Bremer goes 1 thou red. Austin Williams, 59 green, he's moving on. Jim Remington, 878 left side. Jeff Serene, 930 right side. Waiting on 3 King of the Hill cars. Waiting on 3 King of the Hill cars. Green lights a pair. Reaction time advantage favors Jeff Serene. He turns it into a win, running 900ths over after a 34 light. Taking a 10th stripe. Remington was 75 green and considerably off the dial. Taking the loss. Serene going to a final. So we're waiting on King of the Hill. We're waiting on Super Pro. Whoever gets back first is going to run. I think King of the Hill should get back first, but I know there's double entries going on, and people got to cool down. We're asking you to come back as fast as you possibly can because we got a lot of rounds and not a lot of sunlight. That's just the facts. So King of the Hill, if you could come right on, that would help things out. That would give us a little space between our Pro and Super Pro cars, a little more than what we need. I should say a little more that we need to help keep this race rolling. We got 6 out of 8 back. 6 out of 8 back in King of the Hill. I think we're missing 2 cars in Super Pro. It's a race. Whoever gets back first is going to run first, but I'd like to take King of the Hill if I could. Missing 1 in King of the Hill. Yeah, we're waiting on 2 Super Pro. We're waiting on 1 King of the Hill. So saddle up Super Pro, you're coming out. So Super Pro's coming out now. We couldn't get our King of the Hill back. I really wanted to run them first to give a break between Pro and Super Pro. But hey, that's just how it goes. Like I say, we're gonna run out of sunlight before we run out of cars. But we'll get as many classes done as we can and as many cars down the track as we can. Street Eliminator, you're on high alert. Winrich and Sean Anderson. Double breakout. Big block Sean taking the win as he was 44 green. Got 11th thou behind. Sent Brandon through. Brandon was 38 green, 10 thou under. Difference in breakout, 5 thou favoring Big block Sean. He is your winner. Don Kritzky now left side, 720 the dial. Ron Sullivan, 832 in the right lane. King of the Hill, you're coming out after Super Pro. Junior Dragsters, finalists, you can come right on. Junior Dragster finalists will take you. Thou advantage going to Ron Sullivan, but he can't hold off Don Kritzky. Don Kritzky goes 44 green, 21 thou over, gets there by 2 thou at 180 miles an hour. Ron Sullivan just needed just a wee bit more power to get that one done. He's 30 and 37 over, taking the loss. Lee Burkholder, left side, 760 the dial. Dan Kike, 736. Right side. 738 the dial for the right side. So Street Eliminator, I will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Street Eliminator, I'll take you to 5 and 6, please. Red hands the win over to Kike. Kike was 41 green. Moving on. So I appreciate everyone listening up because I'm going to juggle you around in the lanes to try and get as many cars up here as possible and have as little downtime between categories as possible. So I will take Street Eliminator to lanes 5 and 6, please. Street Eliminator, lanes 5 and 6. Juniors, you know where to go. 7 and 8. Juniors, 7 and 8. Jason Weiler versus Terry Pease. Jason in the right lane has the reaction time advantage, but Terry Pease has the finish line advantage. Terry is 19, 28 over. Getting there by 2 thou again. 2 thou. Jason Weiler, 10 green, 39 thou over. Getting 2 thou behind at the finish line. Dave Hagberg, left side, 1063, getting chased by Tom Potvin. Mopar versus Ford. Dave Hagberg with the starting line advantage, but breaks it out, 19 thou, taking 88 thou. Tom Potvin, 67 green, 24 thou over. Over is the most important thing in that run as Tom Potvin moves on, by virtue of Dave Hagberg breaking out. Pat Haubrick now, 834, left side. Warren Davies, 784, right side. Warren Davies with the reaction time advantage and shuts out Pat Haubrick, locks him out. 16 dead 9, 25 total. Haubrick was 43 green, 16 thou over, 34 thou behind for second place. Rick Fuller, 967, left side. Scott Berghammer, 1055, right side. Five to a 184. Give the 5 to Scott Berghammer. Give the win to Scott Berghammer. Fuller missed the tree Ran dead on with a 3, but a 184 light to a 5 light, you're not going to win very often. Berghammer moving on. Willie Gray now right side, 806 the dial in the Gray Ghost. Another shout out to Deb Price. Thanks for watching, Deb, back in Ohio. Phil Johnson left side dials 1107. Getting a 3-second head start, 3 second plus 100th head start from Willie Gray. Off they go, 15th thou advantage going to the Gray Ghost. Willie turns that into a win, running 20 thou over. 28, 20 thou over, 48 total. Phil Johnson had to run dead 5 for a chance to win. He runs 30 thou over, ends up 25 thou behind. Aaron Milton now 917 left side. Joe Lindbergh 977 right side. Joe Lindbergh has 11 thou in his pocket, and he turns it into a win. 5 dead, 7, 12 total. Aaron Milton was 16, take 16 to be 20 thou under for the loss. Dusty Winrich 10-11 left side. Chad Miffick 884 right side. Mythic taking the win. 001. 27th thou over, 28 total. Winrich was 23 green, had to run dead 5 for a chance. Runs 25 thou over, ends up 20 thou behind. Chad Mythic moving on. Dale Hildreth 897. Left side, Carl Geib 950 in the right. Separate him at the hit. Dale Hildreth in control. Dale Hildreth with the win. 6 dead 6 locks out Geib. Geib was 17 green, 20 thou over, 25 thou behind. Dale Hildreth 12 total. Moving on. Kevin Sand 895 left side. Christopher Takas 1036 right side. I think this is our final pair of Super Pro this round. Off they go. 26 to a 43, 17th thou advantage going to Chris Takas. We'll see if he can turn it into a win. Oh, he breaks it out 6 thou, taking 56 thou. Kevin Sand moving on. Finalists, we need you to lane 3 or 4. Junior Street, lane 3 or 4. Thank you, Street Eliminator, for getting back here, all 5 of you. King of the Hill, going down the track, and we're just trying to take a breath here. We know Pro ET is going to be coming up in lanes 1 and 2. We have juniors up here to run. Junior Street finalist, we need you. Junior Street finalist, we need you. Finals, Brent Henry left side, 1081. Darren Anderson 1111 right side. Darren Anderson goes 28 red, hands the win over to Brent Henry. Henry runs it through on the 1081, goes 1089. Moving on to the semifinal round. Tiffany Badur 1123 left side. Morgan McDonough, 1018, right side. 8 cars remain. We have Street Eliminator back there. We're looking for a junior street participant. Should have our junior dragster finals in the lanes. 12th hour advantage going to Tiffany Badur. She can't turn it into a win. Morgan McDonough, 77 green to Tiffany's 65. Morgan runs 14 thou over, gets there by 10 thou. Tiffany falls off the pace a little bit, 36 thou over. Again, had the advantage on the starting line, but couldn't see it through to the finish line. Sean Winrich, 1109. Left side. Jack Weiler, 968, right side. Jack Weiler taking the win as Winrich goes 19 red, Weiler 31 green. 4th thou under for the win. Tim Kunshier, 970 the dial, left side. John Takis, 1130 the dial, right side. Tim goes 49 red, hands the win over to John Takis, and that all but assures the fact that I don't even think the USA can catch Canada in the remaining rounds left. Takis runs it out to go 64 thou over after a 67 light. Takis, your winner. This is Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator round whatever coming up. Alex Schultz, left side, 1155. Trent Barnhart, 1425 in the right lane. Pro ET, come right on, lanes 1 and 2. Pro ET, come right on, lanes 1 and 2. Pair of green lights, and your winner is Alex Schultz, running 56 over the dial, 56 thou over the dial. Trent Barnhart breaks it out, 74 thou. Alex Schultz moving on to the round of 3 street eliminator cars. Mike Misonsky, 1246. Left side, Trent Zimmerman, 1406. Right side, Trent moving on. Trent is green. Michael is red. Trent been sticking with that 1406 dial. Goes 1403. Moving on to the next round. Buck Smith, 1358 the dial, taking the bye here in the quarterfinals. And off he goes. Pro ET will take you to 1 and 2. Pro ET will take you to 1 and 2. I see we got Super Pro coming back in 3 and 4 already. You're welcome to come back early. You're welcome to come back early. So we have number counts, and we're going to keep that as best we can. I know I'm asking a lot out of you guys, but like I say, we're going to run out of sunlight before we run out of cars. And with Wisconsin state championships and points on the line, we just very large car count, and keeping with our program. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Guys and gals doing a fantastic job getting your cars ready for the next round. It's just things are going to get more intense the next several rounds for Pro and Super Pro, because we're going to run out of filler cars and you're going to be the only ones left. But hey, that's just the way it goes. So then the onus is going to be on you drivers to get your cars back, cooled down, and ready to run the next round. So you know what we're up against. We're on your side. We're doing the best we can, and I know you're doing the best you can. So far, everything's great. But we keep pushing because we know we're up against it as far as sunlight goes and trying to finish what we have on the plate. So we're looking for 15 Pro ET cars. We're looking for 15 Pro ET cars. So far we have 2, 4, 6, 7. We have 7 Pro ET. We're looking for 12 Super Pros. 12 Super Pro. We have 1. Once again, Pro ET is in 1 and 2. Super Pro is in 3 and 4. This is our junior, I think our junior intermediate final coming up. Because I believe our junior advanced finalist is also in Junior Street, trying to do the double up. Ellie Lindbergh. Just can't lose. Peyton Bremer, right side. Jaden Heem, left side. 895 for Jaden. 908 for Peyton. This is the final round in junior intermediate. And your winner, Peyton Bremer, 118 green, 34 over the dial, gets 15 thou behind Jaden Heem. Was 179 green, but 42 thou under on the breakout, gives the win back to Peyton Bremer. Peyton shut out or locked out Jaden Heem. Tardy reaction time was the deciding factor there. Peyton gets it done. Congratulations, Peyton, on your win in junior intermediate. Congratulations, Jaden, getting through the field and getting to the final round. Fell a little bit short. That's the story of drag racing. We have our final junior dragster final, which is junior advanced. Ellie Lindbergh and Autumn Sullivan squaring off. Ellie already junior street champion, looking to double up. Autumn trying to stop her. A final round in bike sled. I think we're waiting on Jeff Serene. We'll take you to the staging lanes. Yeah, we are waiting on Jeff. Jeff will take you to the staging lanes. Staging lane 7 would be fine. We're loading up our lanes with pro cars, and then we're going to reload the lanes with super pro cars. We appreciate all your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, you're doing an excellent job. This is Junior Advanced Final on the starting line. Ellie Lindbergh dialed 790 in the left lane. Autumn Sullivan dialed 803 in the right lane. They're both away with a green light start. 19 thou advantage going to Ellie, and she turns it into a win, running 12 thou over. That locks out Autumn Sullivan. Ellie 58 green, 12 thou over, 70 total. Autumn let go 77. runs 53 thou over, ends up 40 thou behind. Ellie Lindbergh, congratulations on your win in Junior Advanced and Junior Street. Nice double up. Autumn Sullivan, congratulations on getting to the final round in Junior Advanced. Quite an accomplishment. We're supposed to have 15 Pro cars, 12 Super Pro. I count 13 Pro cars. I'll recount and make sure I'm doing my math right.
I got it, 14.
So Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. You're coming out right now. You're back in the pits. Put some fuel in it and get it in lanes 1 and 2 if you're still in Pro ET. We're missing 2 cars for Super Pro, but they may be double entry cars. So we'll check that out and we'll figure that out. Our bike sled final is in the lanes. We'll probably take them after Pro while we're waiting to fill Super Pro out. So Pro ET will take you. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes, ready to go, suited up. First pair out, Mel Knott, left side. Tom Cetera, right side. Mel dialed 959. Tom dialed 1113 in the Mustang. Mel with his freshly painted hood. After having trouble earlier in the season, finally got himself a hood. Has it on the car, makes the car look 100% better. Mel goes 5 thou red, hands the win over to Cetera. Cetera, 26 green. Runs it out to go 33 thou over. Dave Hamilton left side dials 972. Bruce Van Straten in the right lane dialed 963. Van Straten with a big reaction time advantage turns it into a win. He's 32 green, 50 thou over, taking 43. Hamilton missed it, 84 green, and 41 thou over. Again, leaves him 43 thou behind. Darren Eide, 987, left side. Jake Hansen, 946, right side. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to Jake Hansen, and he'll turn it into a win. He's 10 and 38 thou over. 48 total, locked out Idy. Idy missed it, went 61. Broke it out 7 thou. Still ended up 6 thou behind. Dale Hildreth, 896, left side. Jack Weiler, 968, right side. Off they go. 22 to Jack Weiler on the double breakout. Jack is 6 thou under. Dale Hildreth is 22 and 17 thou under. Difference in breakout, 11 thou going Jack Weiler's way. Pat Haubricht, 835, left side. Morgan McDonough, 1017, right side. .23 to a 28, give the 23 to Pat Haubricht, give the win to Morgan McDonough as he is 28 dead 4, 32 total. Haubricht was 23 green, 11 thou over, makes it 34. Add up all the little numbers, 2 thou advantage going to Morgan McDonough at the finish line. Morgan moving on. Kevin Sand now left side. 897 the dial. Sean Winrich, right side, 1107 the dial. Off they go. .700 reaction time advantage going to Kevin Sand. He turns it into a win. 93-26 thou over. Gets him 60 thou ahead at the finish line. Sean missed the tree and was 18 thou over in the loss. Aaron Milton, 914, left side. Eric Miller, 1001, right side. .41 to a 49, give the 41 to Aaron Milton, give the win to Aaron Milton. 41, 25 thou over, gets him 34 thou ahead as Eric Miller was 49 and fell 51 thou off the dial. Again, to finish 34 thou behind. Aaron Milton moving on. This is our bike sled final. Right side, Jeff Serene, dialed up 930. Left side, Austin Williams, dialed up a 1004. And I believe this is for a Wisconsin State Championship trophy. I take no responsibility if I'm wrong, but I believe this is for a Wisconsin State Championship on the line. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to Austin Williams, but it looks like his bike has fallen off the performance. Can't run the number. Jeff Serene will take the win. Congratulations, Jeff Serene, on your win in bike sled today. Congratulations, Austin Williams, on a runner-up. Making it through, wading your way through all the rounds of competition. Great job. I think we're waiting on 2 cars to come back around. In the meantime, we'll take King of the Hill. King of the Hill semifinalists will take you. There's 4 of you left. Street Eliminator semifinalists. King of the Hill, you come down to 1 and 2. Street Eliminator, you can come down in 5 and 6. There's 3 of you that remain. Whoever gets here first will run. This is Super Pro. 12 cars remain. Terry Pease, left side, dials up 1071. Warren Davies, 784 the dial. Warren Davies, 784 the dial, right side. Off they go, 22 to a 27. Give the 22 to Warren Davies. Give the win to Warren Davies. 22 dead 6. 28 total. Terry Pease was 27 green. Had to go dead 1 for a chance to win. Dead 0 would have given him the win. Breaks it out 13 thou, taking 14 thou. Very slim margin to work with when a car's going 173 miles an hour and you really can't see out of the back of your vehicle. Warren Davies moving on. Dale Hildreth, 895, left side. Dan Kike, 739, right side. $15 to a 54. Give the 15 to Dale Hildreth. Give the win to Dale Hildreth. 15 dead 8. 23 total. Locked out Kike. Kike missed it. Went 54. Dead 4, but ends up 35 thou behind for the loss. Willie Gray, 807, left side. Big block Sean Anderson, 10 flat in the right. Off they go. Willie Gray missed it terribly. Sean Anderson going to take the win. He's 18 and 27 thou over. Willie, reaction time started with a 1. Runs 13 thou over. Ends up over a 10th behind. Joe Lindbergh, 977, left side. Scott Berghammer, 1056, right side. Thank you, King of the Hill. Thank you, King of the Hill, for getting back here for your semifinal round. We're waiting on Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator, we need 2 more, yo. We got 1. 5 and 6, Street Eliminator. Come right on. Joe Lindbergh goes 11 red, hands the win over to Berghammer. Berghammer, no slouch, with a 19 green light. And with that unique throttle stop setup, 12 thou over, 31 thou total. He's a tough one to drive right now. Next pair, Don Kritsky, left side, 721 the dial. Tom Potvin, 910 the dial. In the right lane. Thou separate him at the hit. Tom Potvin has 2 thou in his pocket and turns it into a win. 15, 17 thou over, gets there by nothing. Don Kritsky, 17, 15 thou over. They both run 32 packages. Margin of victory, 0, 0, 0, 4 going Tom Potvin's way. Kevin Sand, left side. 897 the dial. Chad Miffick, 884 right side. Kevin Sand has trouble. For the next round, Kevin Sand. Bad time to have trouble staging the car. King of the Hill semifinal coming at you right now. King of the Hill semifinal. On the starting line, Brent Henry, 1089. Jack Weiler matches the number. In the right lane. Brent Henry double bulbs Jack Weiler. Jack Weiler going to make him cook a little while. Off we go. The tactics worked for Henry. He's 13, Jack Weiler's 26, and on the double breakout, Brent Henry taking the win. As they're both a mile under. Difference in breakout, 20 thou. I can't do the math. They're so far under. 2/10 under. Just about. More than 2/10 under. Holy cow. Brent Henry getting the job done. Moving on. Morgan McDonough now left side. John Takis right side. Morgan dialed 1017. John dialed 1130. And off they go. 007 to a 27. You hear some whopping on the throttle, and Morgan McDonough, no, he didn't get behind that far. He just couldn't run the number. 007, 700s over. McDonough finishes 23 thou behind. John Takis, 27 green, and 29 thou over. Gets the job done. Gets there 23 thou ahead of Morgan McDonough. John Takis moving on to the final against Brent Henry. Street Eliminator semifinal coming up. Alex Schultz, left side, 1157. Buck Smith, right side, 1359. This is the only pair this round, as we have a bye coming out behind them. They're going to square off and face Tristan Zimmerman. Buck Smith away. Has a pretty big advantage. If he doesn't break out, he's going to win, but he did break out, and he lost. 67 green, 20 thou under, taking a 10th and a half. That's a full car length plus. Alex Schultz, 194 green, 13 thou over, taking the win. He's going to square off against Tristan Zimmerman. Zimmerman dials 1402, comes off of that 1406. Let's go 17. Hammers a tree. Good one to have when you're going to the final round and you know it already. On that 1402, he goes 14 flat. 14 flat, 16 thou under. Pro ET will take you back. Pro ET will take you back 1 and 2. You guys are doing a great job. Guys and gals are doing a great job. We certainly have the potential to finish, which 2 hours ago I didn't think we had a chance. But we still have to keep moving. We got 3 rounds to go in both Pro and Super Pro. And we've got an hour to do it. So there's your math. So Pro ET will take you we have 7 cars coming back in Pro, 6 cars coming back in Super Pro. Pro ET, come right on. Super Pro, if you're ready, come right on in 3 and 4. All 4 remaining categories are racing for Wisconsin State Championships. Not only huge cash available here at Rock Falls Raceway, $2,000 to win in Pro, $2,000 to win in Super Pro. But you can be the Wisconsin State Champion if you make it to the finals and win in all 4 of our remaining categories. 2 finals remain, King of the Hill, Street Eliminator. We are down to quarterfinal action, so 3 rounds remain in Pro, 3 rounds remain in Super Pro. We certainly want to get this finished before we run out of sun, but it happens very quickly after 7 o'clock. It gets dark in a hurry this time of year. So we'd like to get all these rounds run before 7, and it is past 6 already. That's just what we're up against, 6:03. So again, we know we've had you up against it all day long. We finally got a little bit of a breather. We're getting low on cars anyways, but I don't want to slack off too much, because if something does happen on the racetrack, we won't finish at all. So let's keep it rolling. We got 1 Pro ET car back. We're looking for 6 more Pro ETs. We're looking for 6 Super Pro. He's made it back first. He's the fastest door car on the property. But he made it back for Super Pro. We have 4 Pro cars looking for 3 more. Here comes another Pro car. So we're waiting on 2 Super Pro cars. Here comes, we're waiting on 5 Super Pro cars. Here comes another Super Pro car. Scott Berghammer on his way. Appreciate that. Waiting on 2 more Pro entries. 2 more Pro entries. In a little bit, we have a final coming up for King of the Hill. We also have a final coming up for Street Eliminator. Again, those are both for Wisconsin State Championships. And yes, in Pro and Super Pro, you are also competing for Wisconsin State Championships. Here comes car number 6 in for Pro ET. We're waiting on 1 more car. So Pro ET drivers, you can probably at least start putting your jackets on and thinking about saddling up. I think I see our 7th Pro car coming. So once you're all here, we're going to run you. And it is, so no, it isn't. There he is. All right, we got 4 Super Pro cars back. We have 7 Pro cars back. So Pro ET, saddle up. Pro ET, saddle up. You're coming out. And hopefully by the time you guys are saddled up and up in hot stage, we'll have our other 2 Super Pro cars back. Here comes car number 5 in Super Pro, waiting on 1 car in Super Pro. I count 6 Super Pro. I count 7 Pro. Whoever gets suited up first and ready to run, that's who we'll take first. Here we go, Pro ET coming at you. Pro ET quarterfinals. Bruce Van Straten, right side, 963 dial, going to be squared off with Jack Weiler. Weiler dialed 967, only 400 separate them. Weiler in the left lane. Drivers in. Off we go. Anybody's race, too close to call, down low. 16 to a 20, 16 for Jack. An 11th thou over is 27 total, too much for Bruce Van Straten to handle. Bruce was 20 green, 26th thou over, ends up 19th thou behind. Jack Weiler moving on to the semifinals. Kevin Sand, 897, left side. Tom Cetera, 1115, right side. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to Kevin Sand. He turns it into a win. He is 12. Tom Cetera was 105. Sand runs 500ths over, still gets there by almost 600ths for the win. Tom Cetera was 19 thou over, but again, 60 thou or 59 thou behind. Aaron Milton, 915, left side. Morgan McDonough, 1019 in the right. Off they go. 20 thou advantage going to Morgan. He turns it into a win. He is 008, 12 thou over, 20 total locked out. Aaron was 28 green and 12 thou over, ends up 20 thou behind. Again, was locked out. Jake Hansen taking the bye to the semifinal. Dials up a 947. And he just breaks the beam. He's going to back out, and he is on to the round of 4 semifinal pro action coming up. So we are ready for Super Pro, as they are about to come into the boxes of water. Dale Hildreth will be dialed 895 left side. Warren Davies will be dialed. Looks like 784 still in the right lane. Both drivers pre-staged. Davies in first. Hildreth followed. Tree fires. Off they go. Warren Davies has 16 thou in his pocket. And he runs 35 over as Dale's car falls off. Runs 30 thou over after going 41, 71 total. Warren Davies, 25 green. Again, 35 over gets him there, 11 thou for the win. Davies moving on to the round of 3. Sean Anderson dials up 10 flat. Scott Berghammer, 1056. On down the track they go. Your winner, Sean Anderson, 16, 10 thou over, 26 total. Berghammer was only 1 thou behind at the hit. 17 green, but runs 27 over, ends up 18 thou behind. Sean Anderson moving on to the round of 3. Tom Podvin now left side, dials 910. Chad Miffick dialed 883 in the right lane. Chad Miffick moving on. Chad Miffick, 56 green, that's good enough as Podvin goes 109 red. Miffick runs it out to be 19 thou over. I don't know what this is. I see we have a street eliminator final ready to go. So once again, I will take King of the Hill up to lanes 5 and 6 for your final round. We have Street Eliminator in the lanes for their final round. And we have the Street Eliminator final coming around the corner. King of the Hill final will take you to 5 and 6. Alex Schultz, left side, 11:57 the dial. This is our Street Eliminator final and our Wisconsin State Championship final for Street Eliminator. Tristan Zimmerman dials 1399 for this final round. Tristan in the right lane. Both drivers away with green light starts. Tristan was in control on the starting line, 52 to a 77. He had 25 thou in the bank, but car can't run the number. He's 95 thou over, ends up 29 thou behind. Alex Schultz, 77 green. Goes 1161 with a 1 on the 1157. Again, gets there first by 29 thou. Congratulations to Alex Schultz. You are the Wisconsin State Champion for Street Eliminator. Congratulations to Tristan Zimmerman for getting to a final round in a hard-fought day. Appreciate you drivers getting back. Pro, Super Pro, you know where to go. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Pro, 1 and 2. King of the Hill, 5 and 6 for the final. You guys are doing so great. Awesome, awesome job. Super Pro's already back. Super Pro's already back. Chad, you know this is a good round for you. As you're going to the final, Sean going to square off with Warren. We have a final for King of the Hill in the lanes. You guys, once you sort whatever you need to sort out, we're ready for you. Ready and waiting. We need 2 Pro cars back. Looks like we got everybody back. Morgan's coming around the corner, so we have everybody in the lanes we need to have. Who's ever ready to run is going to come out first. Looks like Kirby's pointing at King of the Hill, John Takis and Brent. Sorry, Brent. Seen a lot of names on the screen today. Here they come. King of the Hill final. This is, again, for a Wisconsin State Championship. Who's ever ready to come out first between Pro and Super Pro, I don't care. Team Canada has whipped up on Team USA today like no other day in Rock Falls Raceway history. And in the final, John Takis trying to put a cherry on top for this Team Canada championship here. He's going to try and take that Wisconsin State Championship home to Ontario. John is in the right lane, dialed 1130. He's going to get chased by Brent Henry. Henry dialed 1075 in that Ford Maverick in the left lane. they go. 27 thou advantage going to Team Canada. John Takis takes the win on a double breakout. Gets 3 thou behind. Breaks it out 4 thou after going 12 green. Brent Henry was 39 green. Broke it out 34 thou. Difference in breakout 30 thou going John Takis' way. Congratulations, John Takis, Team Canada. Just pounding Team USA today. Taking it to them. John Takis, your King of the Hill champion and Wisconsin State champion here today at Rock Falls Raceway. Congratulations goes out to Brent Henry. Put up a heck of a run. Only took 3 thou, but just needed a better reaction time to make that work. It didn't happen. Brent Henry, congratulations on your runner-up finish. We're down to 2 semifinals and 2 finals. Against all odds, and with still sunlight prevailing, we're going to finish this race. Thanks to all you racers getting it done, getting back in time. We appreciate it very, very much. And your reward is going to be fame, fun, and fortune in the form of cash and Wisconsin State Championship trophies. This is our Pro ET semifinal. Once again, winners, if you don't want to wait around for trophy presentation or interview, you can roll on up and get pictures taken and roll on out. But if you want to get your championship trophy presentation and interviewed by yours truly, you can hang out on the return road with the other winners from earlier in the day, and we'll get you all taken care of at the end of a competition today. Don't forget ET final participants. We're going to have a driver's meeting up here after the race, up here in the same area as the winner's circle. So I think Travis has some information for you, and to make things easier for you to get down to Missouri and back. Kevin Sand now. Left side, 897. Jake Hansen, 947 in the right. Semi-final action. 4 go down, 2 come back. Off they go, 52 to an 83. 31 thou advantage goes to Jake Hansen, but he gets behind. Kevin Sand, 83 green, dead 5. Oh my gosh. Winning margin for Kevin Sand, nothing. Less than nothing. 0, 0, 0, 1. Going Kevin Sand's way. Jake Hansen was 52 green and 36 thou over. They both run 88 packages. Oh my goodness. Trip 0-1 decides that race. Jack Weiler now, left side, 968. Morgan McDonough, 1019 in the right. Jack lights it up 5 thou red. 5 stinking thou red. Morgan McDonough, 38 green. That's good enough for the win. Jack lets out at the end of the run, and Morgan runs it through to be 34 thou over. Wow. Jack Weiler made a lot of laps today in both categories and trips at 5 thou red. That's a shame. But hey, he's a crew member on Jim Head's Nitro Funny Car team. Can't beat that. So we'll have a little bit of a break while these drivers get their cars cooled down and refueled, and we'll be back with final rounds in Pro and Super Pro. This is Super Pro semifinals. Warren Davies. Left side, 784 the dial. Sean Anderson, 10 flat the dial in the right lane. Off they go. 10 thou separated him at the hit. Big block Sean, your winner, 009, 21 thou over, gets there 28 thou, as Warren Davies was 19 green and runs 39 thou over the dial. Sean will square off against Chad Miffick. Miffick dialed 880 in the right lane. Has to do better than a 009, I think, for lane choice, or else they'll flip for it, one of the two. So 009 red runs it out on down the track. On the 880 dial, he'll go 881 with an 8. Now we're done with all our semifinal runs. And the announcer is going to take a break while those cars cool down, get ready to come back for our final rounds. We're waiting on one Super Pro car. Thank you, Pro Cars, for getting back here. Big Wisconsin State Championships on the line, big money. Want to remind everybody, if you're going to go to the ET Finals or you're thinking about going, come on up here to the front of the tower towards the racetrack. We're going to have our ET Finals drivers, racers meeting. I'm sure Travis has some information for you he wants to pass out before this coming week when everyone travels down. So if you want to start making your way up, that's going to happen either during or immediately after our Victory Circle celebrations. I got a few interviews and trophy presentations to make. Pro ET, since we're waiting on Super Pro, if Pro is ready to go, or Super Pro is ready to go, doesn't need to run in any specific order. If you're ready, you can run. I see 2 Super Pro cars, so if you guys want to take center stage first, I'm fine with that. We'll wait for that other Pro car to show up. Excellent, gentlemen. Thank you. Everybody today, thank you for responding to the calls to staging so promptly that, like I said, it's now 3 hours ago, we thought we had no chance of finishing this program. And we're going to finish it, and we're going to get it done before the sun goes down so everybody can celebrate and have some fun and get ready to come back and do it all again tomorrow. And where we will establish our season champions, my thought was I could keep track of points while I did everything else today to give you guys and gals an idea of where you stood. I failed. I didn't even get through King of the Hill first round before I gave up on that program. I just could not keep up, and any results I would have had would not have been accurate. So I'll apologize for that. I had delusions of grandeur that I could be like Ron Leake and keep track of points and keep the race flowing, and I just couldn't do it. So Super Pro is suiting up, and they will be coming out directly. Sean Anderson, Big Block Sean, Chad Miffick in his Chevy 2, Big Block Sean in his Camaro. They are making their way to the starting line right now. Obviously, winners come back down the return road for your interviews. And here we go into the boxes of water. Chad Miffick going to be dialed 881. Big Block Sean been dialed 10 flat all day. Knows he can go faster. Driving the finish line like a champ. Now both drivers are going to try and get things together. Both drivers in his stage. Down comes the tree. Off goes Sean. Off goes Chad. 12 thou separate him at the hit. We'll see how things turn out at the finish line, and it's going to be Chad Miffick. 18, 16 thou over, 34 total. Sean Anderson let go. 30, needed to go dead 4. Breaks it out 14 thou. And on the breakout, the win goes to Chad Miffick. Congratulations, Chad, on your Wisconsin State Championship in Super Pro. Congratulations, Big Block Sean. A lot of rounds today for both drivers to get to that final. Terrific, terrific race to end Super Pro. One race remains. One race remains to be decided. Pro ET, Morgan McDonough. They shake hands. I think it's Kevin Sand. All right. I know. I should know. These guys have made a million laps today. Morgan especially. Olds Calais versus the S10. This is it. Final race of the evening. We do the same thing all tomorrow, but we start at 9 a.m. And money cars, that is pro and super pro cars, only get one time trial. So that should cut down on the time it takes to get this program run. Both drivers getting suited up. Who's a good boy? Hunter's a good boy. And here they come. Around the corner into the boxes of water. Burnouts to ensue. Kevin going to be dialed 897. Morgan going to be dialed 1017. Morgan in the right, Kevin in the left. Off they go, green lights a pair. 10th separate him at the hit. Your winner, Morgan McDonough, 26 dead 0. Gets there 33. Your winner, Kevin Sand, was 16 green. Goes 43 over, ends up 33 behind. Morgan McDonough, dead 0 for the win. You are the Wisconsin State Champion in Pro ET for 2024. That's the entire state of Wisconsin. Morgan going to take that home to Lonsdale, Minnesota. Another Wisconsin State Championship going off to Ontario. Holy moly. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation today. We got some, like I say, winners interviews and trophy presentations coming up. And we have that meeting for the ET finals going on up here around the front of the tower, up near the racetrack. And we'll get that handled. Go well. This isn't going to go well. I can see that already. All right, who's first? Bring it on up. I hope this works. All right. Congratulations, Peyton Bramer. Your win today in junior intermediate. Right, terrific battle. There's your trophy. Terrific. And out that you thought, well, this is going to be my day.
No.
Right. Let's get right to thanking people then. There's got to be more people than you, unless you're wrenching on this by yourself and dragging it to the track. There's got to be somebody that helps you do this.
I would like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my grandma, Burkhammer Tire and Auto in the summers, and my sister.
All right. That's about as complete as it gets. Congratulations once again. Family, let's get in here and get some pictures. I'm sorry if the interview seems short, but I've been talking a lot today, and my throat is killing me. I'm going to keep them short. I'll take it back. Yeah. Jeff, come right on. Looks good to me right there. Jeff Serene, our bike sled champion for today. Here is your Wisconsin State Championship trophy for winning today. Congratulations on that. Got to be something worth saying, Jeff. What's on your mind? What do you...
Anytime I'm up here talking to you, it's been a good day. Yep, happy. Yeah, that's it.
Anybody you want to thank?
I want to thank Rock Falls Raceway for giving us a good, safe, secure. The staff here is awesome. The track was great today. I want to thank that guy, Gary Stelter, because this is his old bike. It took me 5 years to buy it off him. And so, yeah, I want to thank Sarah George. She's kind of my partner. Good helper.
All right, sounds great. Let's get some pictures. Come on, who's in here taking pictures with Jeff?
That's it? No more questions?
Hey, I told you I'm going to keep them short. If you got something to say, you need to bark it out.
Let's get the hell out.
All right.
Get in here.
Congratulations, buddy. Team Lindbergh, wow. What a day, Ellie. You got so much stuff coming, I couldn't even carry it all. So here are your Wisconsin. Thanks, Jeff. Congratulations, Ellie, on your Wisconsin State Championship and your Junior Street Championship today. Doubled up. Had to be the plan today, right? There was no other conclusion in your mind how it was going to happen.
It's always the plan.
Terrific. Now, did I get it right? I thought you were in 2 finals last weekend in Cedar Falls. You won one or won them both? You won both of them. See, I forget from week to week. Congratulations on that also. You got the cool checks. But today is all about Rock Falls, the Wisconsin State Championship, and your double up here. Anything else you want to comment on other than thanking those who need to be thanked?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my brother and his friend that showed up, Travis for hosting the track, and you for announcing, the McDonough family for supporting me, and Famous Amos, because Travis is making me.
All right. And if I remember right, you got extra money coming from Big Block Sean, and you got extra money coming from the Sletton family. They both chipped in $100 for the Junior Street Champion today. And a T-shirt. Oh, look at this money on the spot. Good job. Terrific, Ellie. Anything to say before we take pictures?
No, not really, but thank you.
All right, come on. You'll have to get some help. That's all there is to it. Just to let everybody know, we're going to have that ET finals meeting right over here after we're done with our ceremonies and interviews. Here he is, Alex Schultz, today's Street Eliminator champion and Wisconsin State champion in Street Eliminator. Congratulations, Alex. This is a pretty cool car. Anybody you want to thank for helping you get where you're at here today?
Well, my kids and my track family. They're always go, 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 go. So
that's terrific. And you're part of the Street Eliminator. I say it every time we're here. You're Street Eliminator. When I call you guys, you're the first ones to the lanes. No ifs, ands, or buts. You guys always answer the call. It's really terrific. I thank all racers today for answering all the calls to staging in such a timely fashion so we can finish this program and get these beautiful trophies awarded to everyone today for your hard work. Anything else that's on your mind? You got the whole world. You're on the internet, at least vocally. If you want to say anything, this is your chance.
work, you can sponsor me now.
Terrific. Congratulations once again, Alex. Mike warmed up. Congratulations, Jocelyn Millage, on your high school win. A terrific day. Here's your trophy. More importantly, right here. That one is worth everything. Congratulations, and I hear Larry's going to speak for you, so we'll let Larry have some words for you.
Jocelyn asked me to thank her mother and myself and Curtis Performance Automotive for getting the car here. And Jocelyn did a great job. We changed gears in the car this weekend, and it wasn't reacting the way we expected to, but she went out there and made passes, made adjustments, and made it to the winner's circle.
That's tremendous. Congratulations once again, Jocelyn. Larry Curtis. Larry is your guy.
Thank you.
Let's get some pictures. Congratulations, Chad Miffick. Did I get that right this time? It took only one trip. You got up here, and I have it the second time. Beautiful, gorgeous car. Performed great all day long. There is your Wisconsin State Championship. Winning Super Pro today. Fame and fortune also coming your way. You got to have some words on how the day panned out and how you got here.
It was kind of a lucky day. I guess I pulled the right chips every round and did what I needed to do when I needed to do it against people like Dusty and Sean in the finals. Just like to thank my parents and family, Sherry, and everybody that allows me to do this and comes and cheers me on every week. And it's surreal, I guess.
Yeah, you couldn't say it any better. I mean, racing as good as you are, you need to go your way once in a while. It's hard to be at peak performance, and even if you are, sometimes you just flat out get beat. So it's nice when everything comes together and you get to the winner's circle, you get a Wisconsin State Championship trophy, and you get to get some pictures taken. I think you covered it all. You thanked who you wanted to thank. Picture time.
One thing I got to do. I said I'd do it. Sherry.
Oh! Oh! Soon to be Mr. and Mrs. Chad Miffick, right here in the winner's circle. Congratulations to the happy couple. Kevin Sand, runner up. Oh, he's runner up. Thanks, Kurt. Runner up on today. Hard fought battle certainly to get into any final. I say it every time. I congratulate both finalists and runner up. It's a tremendous accomplishment. And 8 rounds, say 7 for sure. I think we started out with 74 cars, so it had to be 7 rounds, 7 or 8, I can't remember. Anyways, it was a lot of rounds you guys ran. In particular, you want to mention while you're up here on your runner-up accomplishment today?
I don't. Anytime you can get into a final round, it's quite the accomplishment. So
absolutely, absolutely. Got to be some people you want to thank to help you get here.
All these guys, they were with me. Yeah, thank you guys.
Terrific. You got the crew. Do well when you have friends and family here. Anything else you want to hit up while you're got the world is your oyster right now?
No, that's it. It's been fun today. Thank you guys.
All right. Now we got the right racer up here. Morgan McDonough, our pro champion, Wisconsin state champion, made it all. 4 or 5? Lost in the 5th round. Lost. You kept it going in pro. That's a hard thing to do sometimes when you're doubled. Congratulations, Morgan. What a fantastic accomplishment today. Got to be some thoughts you want to share with us on how the day turned out for you.
Yeah, I mean, today was just a rush kind of day. I mean, everybody was working their tail off just to make sure that we got up for each round. I mean, barely sometimes. And, I mean, everybody just pitched in when they could, and I couldn't be more thankful for it.
That's terrific. You want to mention by name you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my dad, my grandma, my grandpa, my sister, Ellie, because she's here, my girlfriend, Avery, Drew it back at home, and yeah, that's about it.
That's terrific. I can't think of anything more you'd want to put in there, Morgan. Once again, congratulations. It's. I mean, I love the truck. I've said it before. I love primary colors. This truck is gorgeous. Anytime it goes up for sale, certainly call me, but I'm sure it won't go up for sale. So let's get Morgan's family up here. Let's get some pictures. Congratulations. Michaela? Is that how you say it? Sorry, I do say it right. Not Lori. You guys, I tell you? All right. I was happy to hear from Michaela. I've been pronouncing the last name right. Mistake, probably. Michaela Velour, our junior minor champion today. Michaela, here is your Wisconsin State Championship trophy. Congratulations goes out to you. Anything you want to say that captures this moment for you?
To the And I would love to thank my Nana, stepdad, and my siblings, and my grandma.
I think that gets everybody. I hope that- How are you doing? Congratulations, John Takis, today's King of the Hill champion, Wisconsin State champion, a big part of Canada whipping Team USA today. I think Team USA won 2 or 3 rounds tops, won at least 15. That's just a side note, but more importantly, the Wisconsin State championship, King of the Hill champion, got to feel pretty good, get to come out here and I don't know how it gets much better than that.
It doesn't get much better than that. Last year I won to Minnesota, and now I got Wisconsin. I don't know what other state I got to go to next.
That's terrific.
But yeah, it's nice job today, and on me, nice job for this track and the staff and everybody here. I want to thank Big Block Sean for lending me a pulley for the car because it was broke yesterday without it.
Terrific.
So everything worked out good.
That's as good as it gets. That's just terrific. I think you got your thank yous in. You got anybody here you want to take pictures with?
Christopher, I guess.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
The dog might be the last picture with the dog this year.
Oh, boy.
He's on his last leg, so. But yeah, other than that, then.
All right. Let's get some pictures taken before we all break down and start crying here.
I think the last race for the Midwest or the MGR.
Once again, congratulations, Takis family. Thanks for sharing that moment with us. Anybody that is up here for the ET Finals, we're going to have it right this way in just a little bit. Travis is going to hop up on the golf cart and give you the info you need to represent Rock Falls down in Missouri next weekend. Good luck to you all. And thanks for representing Rock Falls.